Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 15? 15. Wow.
Possibly.
Yes.
Yes, welcome to
At
episode
least.
15 of the Gasconade. Let's see what chaos unfolds today. Let's roll that intro. Also. Okay, ladies and
Ik zou ook voor
gentlemen,
69, man.
welcome back. Kom ons kry die. Last we left off in the Brass Gasconade, the HVC agents were just returning from a prior sort of side mission that Shiloh had urged them on to acquire some lumber for him to refurbish his newly acquired workshop within the headquarters. You all headed to Gimbel's Goods in order to acquire this, but you soon learned that their lumber supply was a bit halted at the moment because a lumber mill in the Outer Common district was not providing said lumber. He gave you a mission that were you to investigate this and return successfully, he would allow you to have some stock of his that is not in use at the moment. Nonetheless, you headed over there and discovered some strange things. One of that being that the entire residential block had been decimated by some sort of a lightning-based attack, as the people told you, and that the reason that this lumber mill is not in operation is that they are donating their lumber for these people to rebuild. You then struck a deal with the lumberyard owner, Mr. Merlot, to build one house and essentially donate your time to help them, and in exchange he would give you the lumber supplies that Mr. Gimbel needed. With that, you started building a house, but you soon discovered something strange was happening in the sewer lines nearby. A one disheveled house that was semi-destroyed by the blast was infested by gigantic rats that took Solon and Alexander, captured them and took them within. Immediately you all jumped to try and save them, fighting through hordes of rats, and soon discovered that indeed this goes much deeper. There's a hole beneath the house that connects to a sewer line below it, and you proceeded to go down there after fighting through the rats, and then quickly noticed that the rats were indeed running from something else. And upon getting down there, you discovered a nest of giant spiders that took your friends hostage. It was weird because giant spiders, it's not a thing at all. Bugs aren't supposed to be that big. And after fighting them off and rescuing your friends, and after doing some research, Laura doing some research, after requiring some samples, you discovered that there was something altering their biology, and quickly discovered that it was bleed. And it was also weird because it was hard to breathe in this space. You felt like your lungs were burning, and maybe this has something to do with this weird mutation happening. And with Alora's research, she also discovered that this mutation had been happening in small part within Solon and Alexander. Alora also discerned some facts.
Sergei.
Huh?
You said Solon. I presume you meant
it's Solon.
Sergei.
No, it's Solon and Alexander. Sergei came to save your ass.
He did come.
You soon discovered that this mutation had been happening in small part within Solon and Alexander. And Alora also discovered some strange things about Alexander, and the fact that he is in fact a sorcerer. He has sorcerer's blood within him, and this weird mutation seems to have been made for sorcerers. It adhered to his blood more effectively, but what that means, you don't know. But Alora told this to Alexander, and with a tense moment, they both decided to keep this quiet. But with that, you returned back to the HVC, noticing that the people around you the city wasn't as lively as it usually is. Many people were yawning continuously. They seemed emotionless, just going by their day. And upon returning to the HVC, Vox also returned and disseminated some information that this has been happening in a large part of the city, and that its epicenter is the Blythe Manor. Something strange and eldritch is happening there. You all then immediately jumped to the occasion after Fulon ordered you on this mission, and also discovering that Solon and Silas had just fallen asleep, seemingly, because of this weird siphoning of emotions and energy. And upon arriving there, you bypassed the two sleepy guards and eventually went inside of the building, disguising yourselves, or rather Shiloh and Alora disguising themselves as these guards that you dispatched, and the rest of you were quote-unquote prisoners of them. After arriving in there, you met with Duncan and Colton Blythe, Duncan being the older brother, the second heir of the Blythe family, and he said there was no time for prisoners or anything right now. They must just be thrown in a room and locked up. There was something big happening behind the scenes. But, of course, you quickly broke out of this room and you all scoured about the building, trying to find out what the source of this malice was. And quickly Duncan caught onto this and confronted Alora, who was keeping watch at the room that you all were in. He confronted Alora and tried to attack and kill her, but Colton, the younger brother, stood up to him and blasted him with an eldritch blast, saying that he was tired of his family's machinations and things that were going awry, going wrong the whole time. Quickly, Alora and Colton came to an understanding after dispatching Duncan and shooting him through both of his legs, leaving him paralyzed and helpless. They tied him up and began searching the house. You all then discovered that there was a hidden doorway below a statue of Pierrot that was within the quarters of Lilith and Oberon Blythe, the Baron and the First Lady. And upon entering this, some of you went through some trauma because it seems that Pierrot knew you were here and was playing mind games with some of you, creating duplicates of your allies or figures that you've seen in your past, and using them to get to you, and draining the memories from many of you. And with this, you all eventually made it through to a basement below the house. And there you discovered that Nell Blythe, the youngest of the Blythe family, was being sacrificed to Piero because Piero was angered. And it seems like this was a custom that the family, or at least was part of this bargain the family had with Piero, themselves being warlocks, hiding the fact that they are not sorcerers to the other nobility. And it seems that when Piero gets angry, he takes the youngest child of the Blythe family as compensation for their failure. And it has happened 2 times before, as the Blythes had 2 younger siblings, but they are nowhere to be seen. Their rooms were in disuse, cobweb covered and dusty. And as you got down here, tried to decipher the abyssal runes that were used in this ritual, you were surprise attacked by Lilith and Amaya Blythe, the first lady and the first heir of the Blythe house, and they called forth Piero as he erupted from a crevice within the ground and attacked all of you in this small space. You fought valiantly, it was hard, but eventually you were able to cut down Piero after you had learned he had a aversion to fire, and blasting him with some fire magics, the situation got quite dire. But then Solon and Silas woke up back at the HVC, and they immediately, after reading a note, were on their way to the Blythe Manor. Upon getting outside, they met with a curious individual, a sort of silver fox, salt and pepper hair, elderly man wearing a cloak of blues and golds, met them out there. This man knew Fulon, and it seems he'd been waiting there for if someone, the rest of the members of the HVC were to come out, he would assist them. And so he did. He seemed to know the teleportation formula of a circle within the Blythe Manor, and he instantly teleported you to the scene. Upon arriving there, you were able to turn the tides, and you fought valiantly, Solon unleashing powerful fire attacks to weaken Piero, and also Silas, being a bit frustrated with this whole situation, ran in and began casting strange magics you never knew he could. A venomous golden and green poison magic he unleashed upon Piero, and eventually, as this magic happened, Piero screeched and said that, addressing Silas, "Vekran, this isn't your place to intervene." But with that, Silas cut down Amaya Blythe, slitting her throat, and just slashing behind him to completely sever Piero in two. The already charred bits of him shattered, and the sludge that it was made out of splattered all across the ground in one foul swoop, in one show of power, as Silas just cut them down. And with that, you all looked at Silas, but decided to ask questions later. Get the fuck out now. You took Amaya hostage. You tied Amaya up. Duncan was already tied up, but with the anger and rage billowing within Sergei, he decided that the life of Lilith Blythe, the now current baroness of this house, who would sacrifice her own children just to keep up a facade of being a sorcerer, was too heinous to keep on existing, and he skewered her through the stomach, killing her instantly. With some mixed views on that, at least coming from Shiloh, you all decided to leave with all of your prisoners in tow. You awoke Nell Blythe, and Sergei, though he was the murderer of her mother, tried to console her and got her to be a bit more calm. And along with Nell and Colton and the other prisoners, you left, setting the house ablaze to remove the evidence. And with that, we continue exactly where we left off, that ending scene where we see the roaring fire of the Blythe mansion behind you, The rain still pattering down, lightning flashes and illuminates your faces as you, battered and bruised, but successful in your mission, walk on the path out of the Blythe Manor. The rain patters down as the wet, squelching sounds of your feet against the grass and the cobblestones resound out as you all walk. The world is at your fingertips. What would you like to do from here?
Do we have the Blythes with us at the moment?
Yes, as I just said, you have someone is carrying Duncan with his 2 broken legs. So let's just who would be carrying Duncan?
That would be me.
Okay.
And not carrying, rather dragging.
You were dragging him through.
How exactly are we transporting the noble family of the Blythes through the city streets without being spotted?
This is something you have to decide for yourselves now. You're currently still on the Blythe Manor grounds. You're now only walking towards the exit of it. Vox is dragging Duncan Blythe through the muck as he's just in absolute pain. Who's carrying Amaya Blythe? The first heir of the noble family. She's also tied up.
Wasn't it one of the barbarians?
I think it was Sergei.
Sergei is
he's leading the girl that was supposed to be sacrificed.
Oh yes.
Okay,
I guess just leading her by the hand or whatever.
Okay, she is with her small. Well, she's 14 years old, so she's not that small. But I think her hand is just like holding onto your massive metallic pinky at the moment. Okay, so you're doing that.
But he put on gloves to make it less metallic.
Yeah.
I think it was Alex. We said Alexander.
Okay. So Alex, you're carrying Amaya Blythe, and Colton and Laura are just walking with each other. Nala is holding on to Sergei. Vox is dragging Duncan. Yeah.
Can I do a perception check for the nearest alleyway that seems abandoned?
Go for it. As the rain patters down, lightning flashes. It illuminates your mask for a moment as you look over.
That's a dirty 20.
You look over across the street. Best bet would be the alleyway that you arrived in. But as you spot that alleyway, you look immediately to the exit path, and you can see a group of people gathered there. And with a 20, they are wearing white and golden armor with the emblem of the twin suns on it.
Oh, fuck. I think Vox is kind of halts in his tracks. I think the cobblestone path splashes a bit before him, since it's like raining a bit heavily. And he just kind of looks forward, and then he just quickly like runs behind a bush or something. His cape just kind of flapping in the rain.
Okay. Do you share this information with the team?
You guys are right behind me, right? So you would see this.
Yeah, you all see Vox stopping and begin making his way, I would say, to one of those autumn leaf trees, and you go to try and stand behind it.
What are you doing?
I think the moment I go to the tree, Vox's glove just kind of emerges from under his cloak, and he's making eye contact with Fulon now, and he just kind of gives these hand signals where he basically just says, "Watch out, we have company, twin sons."
Fulon looks ahead. Everyone follow Vox behind that tree. Solon, I think some of your friends are in front of the gate, and you all move to...
Does Solon recognize these people?
Make a perception check.
Oh, that's persuasion, wrong one. Would have been, okay, 21.
With a 21, let me just see...
What rank do I see at him as?
You look over at it. This is a battalion of paladins. There are 8 of them. They're wearing the armor that you previously wore. That sort of white and gold, sort of mostly white with gold trim, and that symbol of the 2 suns within each other on their chest. They each carry a large greatsword at their sides. They have these ornate helmets on them. You can only see sort of the shadow falls over their eyes, but you do see their mouth and their nose. And you see a person leading this battalion of paladins. He wears sorry, he wears long, almost priest-like robes, but there's semblance of light armor over the robes, looking very regal in his attire. You see a half-elven man with piercing blue eyes, short black hair, a large, handsome-like beard. He has a very intense look on his face, and he is carrying some sort of holy staff with him, with these rings hanging off of it. You know this man to be Marcellus Nithref. He's the Archdeacon of Zichester. He is
the Archdeacon.
Yes, he ranks.
Okay.
He ranks just below the Pontifex. He's basically the regional head of the churches within Zichester. And also something you would know, and this is something I not recently thought of, but it would make sense. The role of the church in Zichester is obviously to keep the people at peace, specifically to keep their minds at ease, because you know demons like Pyrrho are everywhere, so to speak. They prey on weak people, they prey on people's emotions, and the more heightened that emotions get, the more powerful demons get. And the role of the church is to be the exorcists of these demons. And you think that what has happened here, the demonic presence and the fact that Pyrrho was able to siphon so much energy from the nearby people, has caught the ire of the church, and they have sent the Archdeacon, who is only second to the Pontifex and the Pontifex Rex, to this location in order to subdue it. And they are just sort of standing there. I would say that the Archdeacon has some sort of censer in his hands that is burning with a flame, and is sort of like releasing this incense into the air, almost like a cleansing type of thing, as the paladins sit around them. They're busy with some sort of ritual. What do you all do?
Okay. Solon will follow Vox.
Yeah, Sala's sort of followed close by as well. Vox, what are you doing?
Vox just kind of points, like very briefly points in the direction of that alleyway, kind of just nudging you to check it out.
Yeah, you all do see this group of churchly folk.
Should I try to lead them away?
Vox just kind of like moves his head left and right, signaling no. And
Okay.
I would just like to check again for alternative escape routes.
Okay, going on
I
your...
will help.
Okay, you can each make a perception check for me, please.
Yep.
It is a 13.
It's a 14 for me.
Looking around...
I also have made a perception check.
I'm gonna just say no. From here,
Okay.
they're sort of heading the perception check. You look around, and as I mentioned previously, there's only one entrance and one exit to this place, and there is barbed iron fencing going all around, so you might be able to sort of go to the back, perhaps jump over the fence, but there is some risk involved in that. Those are your options.
Do the church members seem to be walking towards the direction of the mansion, or are they still busy with that ritual thing?
As you look for that, it seems that they complete the ritual and they begin heading inside. So
Inside the mansion.
They're walking on the path inside the into the grounds. After I think, yeah. Did you leave? You didn't lock it again, so they just opened the gate and they just, with Archdeacon Marcellus at the lead and the 8 paladins behind him, they just begin walking almost like in formation towards the front door as they see it begin to burn.
I think with the guise of the rain just smacking against everything and the roofs and whatnot, I think, well, at least I will take the opportunity to like move kind of in the opposite direction as they do. Like the closer they get to the mansion, the more Vox kind of signals everyone to like nudge more towards the main gates and just kind of navigate around them.
Okay. I would like you all to make a stealth check for me.
Okay. Oh, that's terrible.
Hell yeah.
Nat 20! Yay!
Save, bro! Save!
Hey! Yes, sir!
The 2 nat
The good
20s.
Victor's got a 10.
Yeah, we're doing very good in the stealth, boys.
Okay,
All the 16.
So this is a group check. Oh wait, Fulon has a stat block. He doesn't have a thing. I keep on forgetting that. He will make a check. He rolls 26 for his stealth. So let's go around the table. I'll also roll for Colton. Oh, pretty good. And I'll roll for Nell. Yeah, Nell isn't doing very good. Okay, so that's a failure from Nell, but a success from Colton. Sergey, what is your roll?
Nat 20.
It's 2 successes. Silas?
12.
That's a failure. Fulon gets success. What the fuck? Alexander?
Solid 10.
That's a failure. Solon?
14.
That's a success. Vox?
Nat 20.
2 successes. I'll roll for Laura. Success from Laura. Shiloh?
16.
Okay, overwhelming success. You all watch closely. Solon, I think your heart just sort of sinks a bit as you watch such a powerful figure walk that close to you, but you're able to sort of like nudge around the tree as they walk, and it seems that you are unnoticed by them as they walk towards the mansion, and you're able to exit the gates without alerting them. And you head for that alleyway.
Yes.
As you get there, alright, everyone, let's... Oh, that was quite a close call. I do not want to get caught up in the business of Mr. Marcellus, especially since we have all of these nobles with us, and we fought a demon, so they would be quite interested in potentially capturing us. But nonetheless, let's head back to the HVC, regroup there, and we can then talk about our next moves.
Understood.
Right.
Okay, let's go home then.
With your previous stealth checks, you all navigate through the city streets, through the alleyways, and about an hour later, you all are a bit tired. The sun now rises, and it sort of grayscales the whole city as it pierces through the dark clouds that are still hanging over the city. The rain is starting to clear a little bit, It's now just a light drizzle, and you all eventually arrive at the headquarters of the HVC and are able to enter there. Yes, you're all at the HVC. Fulon just says, oh, no, this is the wrong one. Fulon just says, well, that was a lot. I'm going to take 5, going to have a nice bath for myself, put on some music, and unwind for a moment. Let's all talk about all of this in about an hour or so. Good job, everybody. We did good today. Just something to do about these two. Let's just throw them in. There's not really a place to fucking detain people in here.
Isn't there like a spare storage room or something?
Yeah, an empty room somewhere.
I mean, there's the laboratory, but I think Fulon just says, just put these on for them, and he sort of like ruffles in a shelf and throws manacles to them, to you, and we'll just sort of tie them up in the top living room so that we can keep a close watch on them. All right.
I think we'll just grab one and immediately place it on Duncan's mouth and make it extra tight because he fucking hates him.
I think you tie them up, if you look on the map, you tie them up sort of over here, and they're just sort of there with the manacles, and the manacles are like tied to the wall or something. There's like a spoke or something sticking out, and we'll just put Nell and Colton in here somewhere. Fulon just heads to the bathroom and is going to unwind for a bit. You have a bit of off time. What would you like to do?
Shiloh would
Oh,
like to
excuse
go
me,
build
James.
his table.
Table.
Okay.
Or his work bench, whatever.
Sorry, just say that again. You're going to.
I'm going to go. Shiloh's going to the empty room that he wants to make his workspace, and he's going to start building with the wood that we acquired his workspace.
Okay. You head in there, and you start your work on the table.
Indeed. Yep. That's what I do.
If no one else is going to say anything, I'll just say Vox goes to. I think he just slips into Fulon's office, and I'll just see if I can find that parchment again with all the demon like hieroglyphics on it.
Easily.
Do I see anything of this one?
Yeah, easily enough. It is splayed out on Fulon's table with a bunch of notes and things circled that Fulon was decoding, and also just next to it, there's a piece of parchment in Fulon's handwriting that just is basically the full translation of the demonic text.
I think Vox will just like take that small parchment and put it on top of the demon insignia page, and then he'll just take off his one glove to reveal like a very scarred hand with a bunch of marks on it, but obviously nobody sees that. And then he's just going to roll up it like a scroll basically, and just neatly grab it in his hand, and with the creaking of floorboards, like hastily march towards his room, and he just kind of slams the door shut.
Okay.
And soon after, heavy classical music is heard thumping.
I think Silas would have just disappeared into a bathroom for like 30 minutes, and now he will just be sitting like on one of these red benches. I don't know where my thingy is, but
Yeah, you go
Probably
to the
just be sitting
you
there somewhere
go
there.
to the
After he
bathroom,
showered.
but the door is locked, and you just hear Fulon inside, la da da da, with some music he put on for himself.
Alright. Then he will just go to the living room, get him like a cup of coffee and like his book. Then he'll just sit and wait for Fulon to.
If you go to the living
Like-
room, you'll just hear from Shiloh's work room. You'll just hear all of these, the noise of like a saw going through wood and like all these tools just
Okay.
in.
You know what? Never mind. Is there like a porch or a patio? Or like
Not really.
like downstairs, like just sitting
There is no
outside?
peace in the HVC.
Not really.
He'll just go sit outside on the steps, then
Okay.
downstairs, like he'll just go sit outside for a while.
Yeah, you walk in here, sit there for a moment,
Like take a rag trying to wipe the blood off his stuff.
just sit there for a moment. You hear all this noise, and you close the book and you start walking outside, just with Duncan and Amaya who are tied to the wall, just staring daggers at you with just this seething hatred in their eyes as you walk
When he
past
walks
them.
by, like he stops for a moment. Well, he doesn't stop, but he says, "What are you looking at?" And then he'll like give them a sly grin.
Sticks out its tongue.
Okay.
Shiloh, as your
Just go sit
your
outside.
hammering and engineering grows louder, it starts to like reverberate through the hallways. You hear the classical muffled music like scratch to a halt for a moment, and then all of a sudden it just starts blasting like 2 times harder than it was before.
You hear as the music blasts, the sound of like hammers and saws and everything just like stops for a second. As Shiloh in the room, he just stops and he stands upright. He listens to the music for a couple of seconds, and then he just continues.
Notice this: the HVC is not silent. There is no peace here. It is just
there
a
is no
competition
peace in the
between classical music and the saws and things going off in this building.
But Shiloh is enjoying the music though, and it's giving him an idea.
Nell is sort of holding onto your hand, Sergey, and she goes, can that man maybe stop with all that noise? What's he doing?
I think it is called classical music. I do not really like it myself, but
No.
some people have grown accustomed to
You
it.
see, I don't mind the classical music. I don't know if it's like some remix of classical music, but the construction sounds, it just feels unnatural in the melody. I don't know. I was more referring to that.
I'll take you downstairs where hopefully you won't be able to hear it as much. And he'll lead her like to his room and tell her she can make herself comfortable there. And then he'll come back upstairs, take a chair, and then sit like right here in front of the 2 prisoners and just stare at them while like tapping with his finger like on one of his legs, and it's just a metallical ting, ting, ting as he just stares at them.
Yeah, though there is this incredibly loud noise. I think that tinking is the only thing that the 2 prisoners hear as they just stand there. They try to back up from you, but there's a wall behind them, and they just try to they almost compress themselves against the wall, trying to stay away from you. But eventually, they sort of lax in a sense, and they're just sort of sitting there, their mouths covered. Still bloodied. I think frickin' Duncan's leg wound is bleeding a bit onto the floor as they just look at you for a moment and then just look away, and they don't know where to look. Mortally afraid.
I kick his leg and say, "Stop bleeding on our floor. I'm gonna have to clean that."
You daft idiot. It's not like I'm trying to bleed on your floors. Maybe, I don't know, if someone would just patch me up real quick, I could promise after that I won't bleed on your floors. It just hurts so much.
He just looks at him, kicks his leg again, and says, "Niet." I just keep staring at him.
Okay. Anyone else? What are you guys doing? Alexander, what are you doing?
I think Alexander is just watching the chaos.
Whereabouts are you?
Well, I think I'll chill on the couch.
Okay, cool. And Solon, where are you at?
I'm thinking what I want to do with Solon if I want to do it now. Did Fulon say how long we're going to be off till the next? Is this going to be next thing, like a meeting, or is it just?
He said
just chilling for
he
now?
said like take 5. We'll talk about this in like an hour or so. So you just have a little moment of respite.
Okay, I'll do this then later. What I want to do, I think. Solon will. Probably just chill in his room. I just want to ask, how far would you say is Solon's house, his old house, from the HEC?
Let's see. You lived in the bourgeoisie district, or was it the copper? That's something you have to tell me,
try.
because I don't think we spoke about this much. Where would your house be?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly. We did kind of. It was somewhere. I can't exactly remember. It was somewhere close to this, like left side.
Was it? It was close to Sanctus Ira, or what? Your church.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll say it. You lived in the bourgeoisie district, some over here. So yeah, it's. I mean, depends on what business you have. If you take trains, you would get there in like 30-40 minutes, which will take some time. But I mean, you could do it.
Yeah. I think then, in the meantime, while we're waiting for Fulon, I think Solon wants to head back to his house to get something. But I think for now, I think he'll just chill in his room.
Okay.
Maybe think about what the visit he had and the speech he received.
Okay. With that, eventually, you all hear of Sergei. You would hear this first. You hear wet feet on the ground, and you see a fucking angry Fulon in a bathrobe just stomping up the stairs. He stomps by you, walks past the prisoners, gives them a glance, and they like shudder at him. And he's pissed off, and he walks past Alexander, and Shiloh, the door flings open where you're busy working. Shiloh,
You know what he finds. You know what he finds. Right? So, like the sounds of everything, of all the hammering and all the everything that you previously heard, has now only turned into like boergeluiden, like just like. And as he enters, he finds a half-naked Shiloh from the top up. Like, he's wearing pants, but he's wearing no shirt, and it's essentially like thirst trap Shiloh. You just hear sin. It's kind of he just turns around with like still the goggles on, but like 6-pack, huge chest and muscles and everything. He's working on something, like has his hand up, his pulse up, and he's like screwing something into his pulse. Fulon, can I help you?
Smashes into the door, and you can see, like, below his robes, Fulon is, though he is old, he is still sort of kind of thirst trap. He's large, this man. And he goes, Shiloh, you are going to drive me to violent intentions with all that incessant banging. I mean, you were just in mortal danger, and now it's the time to build a table. I'm just trying to get some solace after that crazy ordeal. What is happening?
Hey, Fulon, this table will be the space on which I will build all manners of things that might help us in your mission, correct? I think a couple of hours of loud banging and almost screwing, loud noises is something to just forget about.
I did tell you to take an hour off to unwind after that crazy.
This is me unwinding. Look, I'm unwinding, and he's literally unwind something in his mouth.
You know, if that is your form of unwinding, never mind. Just, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Go by your business. I need a drink, and he walks to his room to put on his apparel.
Silas comes up, sees Philons it out, and just like slams the door closed.
So you come upstairs. Let's place you there. A few moments later, Philon emerges from his room, and I assume that the carpentry has continued.
It has. I think with Fulon came in, I think Shiloh is like, he has expertise in carpentry tools. So I think he has kind of finished the bigger part of his side of the room with everything and the table. Unless you want me to make checks for that.
Yeah, make a carpentry check for me. It's just a dexterity plus your proficiency.
Let's see. And this is just to see how far I've gotten, right?
Yeah. It's dependent on this. You'll see how far.
Oh, that's not a natural 20, a natural 19 plus 1 plus 3, so that's a 23.
Yeah, you're basically done. You're just putting in the final nails to make it sturdy.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think Shiloh kind of, after like, he put in some shelves above, like floating shelves, and like a table that like, a corner table, like that goes, almost fills in the entire, like 90 degrees corner, and then he looks at the other half of the room, completely barren, and he just stares at it for a couple of seconds. He looks at the excess wood that he still has, and then he just sighs, and he goes, and well, he doesn't sigh actually, because he likes doing this. He likes building these things. So yeah, he gets to working on Alora's side of the room.
okay.
So the banging continues.
For now, is this about what the layout would look like? Just the 90 degree and then the floating shelves over there?
Let me just go to the map. Yes, I would say so.
Okay.
Yes.
So for now we'll do that.
That's basically exactly what it would be.
But yeah, we'll fix it in post. We'll go on to Alchemist.
And it's going to be basically the same for Alora, but maybe different. We'll let her decide what she wants it to look like. But Shiloh is going to build it.
For now, you're doing that, but I mean, it's gotten to the end of the hour almost, and but yeah, you start with that so long. And Fulon comes out fully dressed. He sort of like, what's the word? He pinches his tie. Okay, that feels a bit better. He walks into the kitchen, and Alex, you hear the sound of a liquid pouring into a bunch of glasses, and he brings over a tray with a bunch of like whiskey on the rocks, essentially Tarragon whiskey. And by now the noise has subsided, and he walks over to you and hands you a glass. At least that.
Alexander takes a like he hands to it, and then with his second hand he tries to take another glass.
Yeah, you just take it, and Fulon is like, well, now there won't be enough for everyone. I'll just go throw another one. But at least that noise is gone, and you look like you need that. He walks by. You, and as he says that, the noise continues as Shiloh starts with his next table, and Fulon goes, and he shots one of the whiskies. Now, there's definitely not going to be enough for everyone. And he walks over.
If you ask me nicely, I can go make him silent. He says with like a grin.
You know, I might just take you up on that offer. But some other time. He walks over to you, Sergey, and hands you a glass. He says, have the prisoners done anything interesting, or are they just wallowing in their self-pity at the moment?
Wallowing in self-pity and their own blood. But besides that, nothing much.
What? Are you getting my floors dirty? You better know. And he looks over at Duncan. You're going to have to clean that all up. I don't care how you do it. Go on. Duncan is like, you know, maybe if you bring me like a mop or something, I could clean it up. And he's like, looks at it. And he just sort of like takes the his elbow that still has obviously his clothing on, and he just starts awkwardly wiping off the blood, but it just keeps on spreading. And Fulon is just like, nobles haven't worked a day in their life. It's no wonder you don't know how to clean a floor properly. Oh, and Silas, by this time, you said you're coming upstairs.
Yeah, he slowly comes out.
By this time you come up. There you are. This is for you. You also look like you can eat it, and he hands you a whiskey glass.
Thank you. I will. And he takes a big sip.
Right. Fulon goes downstairs, sort of moving past you.
Are we having a meeting? Oh no.
We'll have a meeting in a few minutes. Just sort of gather around here. I'll be up in like 15.
Alright then.
Yeah, you hear his footsteps. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Go down the stairs.
Oh my god. That's really irritating. I can't stand it. Where's Vox, by the way? The sound.
The classical
Making
music.
noise.
Time to say goodbye.
Silas just sinks into the sofa. Like half of his body is off of the sofa. Kill me softly, please.
As you're gathering up there, Solon, there is a knock at your door. Solon, are you in there? Might I come in?
He doesn't seem sure.
Are you sure you're in there? I mean, you sound a bit hesitant.
I want to come and look.
Okay, and he opens the door.
Solan's just there, lying on his bed.
Fulon walks in. Couldn't help but notice you were a bit frazzled when the Archdeacon walked by us just now. I don't know what the situation is, but you look like you could use this. And he puts a whiskey glass on the bedside table. We're going to have a meeting in a few minutes if you'd like to join.
All good. And Someone will drink up the shot.
And he walks and like...
And... Yeah, sorry.
No, go for it.
No, I want to say, and as like when Fulon starts like leaving, like as he's leaving the room, like someone like softly say something from behind him, just saying, "I think I've decided to stay."
Fulon stops for a moment. Smile creaks up the side of his face. Very glad to hear that. Whatever the church did to you, or whatever gripes you have with them, I'm sure we would be able to figure that out together.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I do not know what to do if this does not work.
Life is full of uncertainty. We can only simply move and fuck forward until we eventually arrive at a destination that we intended. But that is still a long road to go. Alright, I bid you adieu. I will be seeing you just now. And you hear his footsteps go out of the hallway. And Vox, there is a knock at your door. And I don't think you hear it at first because of all the noise. And then the knock gets harder.
Yeah, initially there's no response.
And then there's like a banging on the door. Vox, your music is very lovely. But could I come in, perhaps?
You just, like, the music continues for a few seconds. You hear, like, it's the subtle creaking of a floorboard, and then just the scratching of the gramophone, just like... and the track just comes to a halt. And there's, like, a few seconds of painful silence. But then you just hear the floorboards almost creak in an agitated manner. And before you know it, the door just flings wide open. And the same old scary dominion of Vox stands once before you.
I have some knowledge on classical music, but I don't recognize the track that you were listening to. Who wrote it, who composed it? Very much like to get my hands on one of those.
I think Vox just kind of looks at you, and then he turns around hastily. His cape almost slaps Fulon in the face, but then he walks over to the cabinet that the gramophone's on, and he just kind of takes out the disc. Very, very clinically, by the way. He's extremely careful when taking it out, and he just like a child on Christmas with a present. He just like kind of walks over to Fulon again, and he just shows him the track. And I think I just made this up in my head, but since it's raining, the name of the track is Raindrops.
Ah.
I just imagine that would be the name of a classical music record.
Yeah, Fulon looks at it. That's quite poetic. Have you ever thought of becoming a poet, Vox? I can see it. The edgy, silent poet, not understood by those in the world. The only way of expression is through what he writes on a paper. Huh? I can see it.
You are met with the blankest stare known to mankind. And the one white dot in Vox's mask just briefly blinks, as if it's almost like an eye roll, but he doesn't say anything.
Glass is held out to you. I just thought we all should have a pint, and we'll be having that meeting in a few minutes.
I think he just kind of looks at the glass, and we'll hear a muffled voice come from beneath his cloak, and he's like, and he opens his cloak, and a very eager Sylvester pops out, and he's like,
You know, Vox, if you're not interested in a beverage, I most certainly am. Haven't gone for a drink in a very long time, you know.
Very long time being, what, maybe half a day?
Yes, that's far too long if you ask me. One needs to rejuvenate oneself with liquids at least every hour.
I don't know where Imre went wrong when raising you. Whatever.
I think Vox kind of looks at Sylvester, in a disappointed fashion, but then his glove silently clasps like around the glass. But he almost treats it like garbage disposal. He doesn't like hold it close to him. He just kind of, his arm is fully extended and he's just kind of pinching the gas between his two fingers and just like puts it on the cabinet. But he first puts like a thing on the cabinet to prevent it from creating a ring. And then Sylvester like just scurries off of his arm and starts going ham.
Flon nods and he walks off, eventually emerging on the top floor once again. And he goes, sits at the table, just enjoying his beverage. he goes, sits down, he releases a sigh, and then and he's like, and then instantly his nails just like scratch against the table, and he's like, you know what? Screw this, Shiloh. It's time for the meeting. You can stop that now.
It stops. And he exits the room.
Okay.
With or without the shirt?
Without the shirt. I would say as he's walking out of the room, he's like very Christian Grey-ish, just putting on his button-up shirt and like buttoning it up as he goes to sit. Just making himself.
Why did they give you muscles when you're a robot? I do not understand. It's not like they help you or anything.
I think the bodies that I'm supposed to emulate looked like this, and I am just lucky.
Sergey looks like he doesn't believe that. It's like...
China looks like he doesn't believe that, but he's happy, so it's fine. Yeah, Shiloh goes to sit at the table. But by the way, he's very dusty. Full, just like this wood dust all over him, all over his face, everything. I think he just looks over the table and then he takes his fingers and wipes his goggles so that he can see.
You look a bit dusty, mate.
I think when you wipe your goggles, all of a sudden, Vox is just present at the table, sitting across full on.
Well, who are we still waiting for?
Well, I don't know. Alexander, you done with that drink of yours? We've got things to talk about.
Like sighs heavily. He says nothing, he just like walks and sits here.
Alright.
We're gonna stay where he is to keep an eye on the prisons.
Olin will enter, but he's just wearing casual clothes. It's like pointing that out. But yeah, he'll enter the room.
Place yourself around the table wherever you'd like.
Oh no, my mini. Oh, there it is. So there.
Alright then. Just put Laura in here. I think Colton would be in Alora's room, just getting comfortable there, I guess. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen.
We're not too comfortable.
Hopefully not. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen. That was a wild ride. You all can take a short rest, by the way. Except Shiloh. Because you weren't resting. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Good work. But I think we should have a plan forward. Our next moves. Now, just to put things in perspective, we have learnt that the Blythes are indeed not sorcerers. They've been emulating sorcerers by making a pact with some sort of demon, who we have properly dispatched of said demon, and For now, at least, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But problem might be the other demons on this little piece of parchment. Vox, do you have it? I thought you might have taken it. I didn't see it in my office.
I think Vox is caught a bit off guard by Freon's situational awareness, but he just kind of nods and takes out the parchment and neatly places it mathematically in the middle of the table.
There are some other demons on this parchment that worry me a little bit. But I mean, this is the first
Vox
demon.
looks at Silas as he says that.
Silas just like he's just picking at his nails. He's not looking at you.
But I feel like that is something we can address at another time. It doesn't seem like these demons like to make themselves known. So at least for now, they will be in the shadows, and we can deal with that as it comes across our path. Now, back to sort of the main mission we'd been busy with this whole time. And that would be the Crimson Dawn and the bleed that they create. I don't know much, but I believe you all, Miss Laura has already done some sampling and research on things you've discovered. What the hell happened when you all gone, like, a few days ago? I know you went on some sort of assignment with Shiloh, and then you discovered something about the bleed. What happened there?
Oh shit, we built a house.
Well, yes,
Oh.
we did build a house. So there's some things that we did, but
Yes,
we
giant
made
spiders.
Rats,
we
do
made
not
a
forget the
discovery.
rats.
Yeah.
And rates as well. Rates as well.
Ugh.
You see,
Please.
Hefulon,
Fell asleep.
it seems like what we discovered was some sort of contamination of the waters in the sewers underneath Zichester. Because when we fought these giant rats and spiders or whatever, we found inside of them traces of bleed. Obviously, roided up. Which is why they looked the way that they did. And there was also apparently some kind of something in the air that made everyone unable to breathe or something.
Yeah, me and Solon fell asleep. For some reason.
Yeah.
I think that would have possibly been related to the whole Puro situation. But, and Alora speaks up. Yeah, to Shallow's point, the water, in fact, was not contaminated. You see, it's quite hard to contaminate water because it flows the whole time. So you can put poison into it, but it'll just sort of spill away, essentially. So I did do some research on the water, and the water was just normal water. Well, as normal as sewage water can get. But definitely, there was some bleed in these creatures. The bleed, it was some sort of a mutagen or something that was able to alter their biology and turn them into those large abominations that that we found them in. You see, the thing is, spiders and rats shouldn't be that ravenous, shouldn't be that large to begin with. So whatever is going on in those sewer lines is definitely not good. I also discovered, after doing some research on Solon and Alexander's blood, that this mutagen adheres to people as well, but it doesn't seem to alter them as much as it does other creatures, almost as if it was made for mutating the DNA of people. Sorry to say, Solon and Alexander, you both are inflicted with this after being exposed to that air in there for such a long time.
Vox's head kind of nudges in Alex's direction. He kind of just looks at you.
Alexander just looks at them back and just gives a grim smile.
Vox kind of rolls his eye and then he just turns back to Fulon.
So you say that this bleed contamination was happening in the sewers? And did you discover anything else, perhaps? Was there a source of this gas or whatever that was leaking from somewhere?
Well, there was some other space we needed to explore still. You still need to go down there. Something was down there that was a little bit weird, Didn't sound very right. And I think if we go further down, we might find where it comes from.
That's...
Yes, Silas is right. However, it's very apparent that we spent even a minute down that rabbit hole. And,
Yeah, breathing's hard.
you're all gonna die. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
Possibly,
that is a little speed bump.
Yeah, that's
is
the only
to overcome.
problem. If we're gonna go explore, we need like gas mask or something.
I believe that we have two very capable artificers in our midst, and I do agree that this might be warranting an investigation, because we've been looking for leads on the Crimson Dawn for quite some time, and if they are, I don't know, poisoning the sewer lines in some way, that would be a good place to start looking. And I think it might be a good idea if you all go and investigate it. But yes, Shiloh and Laura, might it be possible for you to create said gas masks so that you can breathe down there in order to investigate?
Shiloh thinks for a moment. Well, of course, I would just need some time, but I'm sure I would be able to figure something out. And he completely disregards that you also asked Laura for help. He just thinks, yeah, he's gonna do it. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that later in the session.
Well then, I would appreciate it if you can get on that as soon as possible. Well then, I guess for now we all should rest up as much as we could and prepare ourselves as much as we could before you go down into the sewer lines. I will see. I might have a connection to someone who could get us a map of the sewers in order to allow us better navigation down there, but we'll see. I'll get that to you as soon as possible. So I think in the meantime, while we wait for Shiloh and Miss Laura to complete those gas masks, we should all just be preparing and resting up and tying up some loose ends. And then I think that would be the most rational next course of action.
As we were having this meeting, can I make an insight check on the prisoners to see if they reacted to anything that was said, so that it seems like they might know something?
Make an insight check.
That, I think it's a 14.
Duncan and Amaya are listening, but you can tell that they don't have anything to give. They don't show any reaction to what Fulon says. They don't seem to know anything about sewer lines and bleed and stuff like that.
Have Fulon?
Yes.
There might be something else that we need to just put on the table. The area where we built the house and we found the sewers in its condition. There was something that happened there.
Oh.
Yes, it was completely leveled by some kind of huge weapon from above.
What?
That's why we were. Yes, that is why we were building houses. Is because they needed us to help them with rebuilding the community.
Well, what were we? How much was destroyed? What, like a few houses or
Well, everything. Basically.
everything is a broad term. Was it like a whole residential area?
Was it again? It was like a whole
Yeah,
neighborhood, right?
it was a neighborhood.
Yeah,
Was
pretty
it
much
entire-
all residential, neighborhood, city, whatever you want to call it.
That is very bad. Who could have done such a thing?
Vox kind of just turns, his chair creaks a bit and he just turns to Fulon and he's just going to signal something with his hands and he's just going to spell out Valborn to him.
Flon's eyes go wide. By the way, you guys just see Vox do this, but you don't understand what he's doing. As he speaks in Thieves' Cant to...
Shiloh sees it, then he's immediately starting to analyze it because he wants to learn it.
Yeah,
By the way, does our two purple friends over there react to this information?
I would say they like narrow their eyes and think on it, but it doesn't seem like they know anything, Sergei, as you look at them. They just sort of like curiously think on it. And Fulon...
We also...
Yeah?
Mr. We also met an associate of the clockmaker, if I remember correctly.
An associate?
Pro mask. No, the guy on the bar is shared our... Or
Yes,
at
but-
least mine, Alexander's.
They were more
plus
than
4.
associates. Apparently, these crow masks that I've been looking for, known as the Luftreiners, they are led by this clockmaker whose device we found on a piece of paper.
Don't you guys remember when we came out of the
that
sewers, they were looking at the building?
I do
Something
remember
sus is
that.
going on there.
Yes, most definitely.
There's definitely a clear connection between the Luftreiners and the Crimson Dawn, which it spells a bit of worry. I don't like it when criminal organizations are making moves together, especially ones this dangerous. I mean, we don't know much about the Luftreiners, but if they are in cahoots with someone like the Crimson Dawn, that warrants worry. So we will put the Luftreiners up as another one of our targets to investigate. Right. And Vox Fulon just signals back to you in Thieves' Cant. Like, are you sure?
No, he's not deaf.
Yeah, but he signals back to him.
No,
in
Shiloh
Thieves'.
says that out loud. He's not deaf. You can speak with him.
Oh, I know. Don't worry about it. And he signals to you, are you sure? In Thieves' Cant, Vox.
Shiloh just analyzes everything that you're saying.
Vox's, both of his hands are kind of on the table.
Wait, is this in Thieves' Camp?
Yes, it is.
Silas
He's,
would understand everything you guys
Yeah,
are
so
saying.
you understand.
He's not going to show that he understands, but he's just
Yeah,
gonna...
you understand.
His, I think his gloves kind of tighten and you can hear the fabric like squeeze, basically that. Yeah, you know the sound that the glove make when it like closes. He does that basically out of frustration, and he just kind of like lightly nods his head.
And Fulon will just denote back to you. It seems that they haven't put their regime to rest yet. We'll definitely have to look into that.
You are met with another nod. Nod. I meant to say nod.
Well then, Fulon speaks up again.
Oh, wait, sorry. I just have to do this. But I think there's a bit of a pause, and right before you say that, Vox once again signals in Thieves' Cant to you. I don't trust him, and he just briefly glances over Silas.
Silas, you understand that, and Fulon and Vox look at you.
Uh-huh.
And Vox...
Silas looks at both of you and just like, what?
And he looks back at Vox. Yes. Pierrot referred to Silas as Vekran, and that weird magic that Silas was doing is worrisome.
Vox kind of just does the he catches his fist with the other hand like he's gonna beat someone up, and he just kind of does that.
Silas just underhandedly just rolls his eyes. Still looking at his nails, but he just rolls his eyes.
Fulon is gonna make an insight check to see if you can understand this. Make a deception check for me, Silas.
Okay.
I think if you roll your eyes, that might also invoke
No,
some...
he's not looking at anyone at the moment. He's just looking at his nails and fidgeting with stuff. He's not making it seem like he's rolling his eyes towards you.
What's that deception check?
It is a 22.
Yeah, Fulon glances at you for a moment, but then is he goes, well, and he speaks up again. A few awkward moments of silence was at the table just as you hear the squeaking of gloves while Vox does the scan. And Fulon goes, well, Shiloh, please let me know when those masks are done, and then you all can head to the sewers and investigate it as soon as you're ready. But for now, just prepare yourselves and get adequate rest. Thank you so much once again for all of your efforts. I promise you it won't go to waste. I'm going to go find a map to the sewers now. If you don't mind, I'll step out for a bit. And he stands up and he's going to leave. He just walks past Duncan and boo. He says boo and tries to scare him, and Duncan shrieks back, and Fulon just walks down the stairs.
Sergei chuckles at Duncan being scared.
Yeah, Charlotte just stands up and he goes back to his workstation.
Silas wants to go venture. Wink.
So where are you going?
To venture?
Okay, so you just go outside. Okay. So Silas walks out of the door.
I'm gonna follow Silas. I've had enough of this.
Okay. As that happens, we'll get back to you two in just a moment. The rest of you, what are you doing in this moment of solace? And what will you be doing? What are you doing now? And what will you be doing for the next few hours, potentially days, while Shiloh makes the masks?
Well, it's pretty late in the evening now, right? Oh, is it the next day or what's happening?
No, it's just after the meeting. What are you doing just after the meeting for the rest of the day? And it's like afternoon now. So I think just after Fulon finishes the meeting, Solon just grows to 2.3 meters as it is the middle of the day, and his chair just squeaks out.
Wait, is it only... I thought it's close to night.
No. Remember, you went to the mansion early morning.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Gedogen zit in die ondergaan. Well, Sergei will just look at the attempt Duncan made to clean up his blood. And he'll just say, niet, niet, niet. Put his hands on his knees and stand up. That is not properly cleaned at all. Perhaps you were correct. Maybe I will get you something to mop it with. And he'll walk towards his sister, grab a handful of her hair and cut it off with like his claws.
You ingrate! How dare you mock me like this? Tie me up against the wall. Now you vandalize my body. Once I get out of here, the wrath of all of the nobles would come down on you. I know your location now. I'll tell the authorities.
If you get out of here, it will be without a tongue or fingers or anything for you to be able to tell anyone. And he'll just hand the hair to Duncan.
He
Tell
reluctantly
him to mop it up.
takes it and just awkwardly just does that, but it just swashes the blood around, making the puddle bigger. But he's really trying. He really values his own life. You can really see he's trying, but it's just hopeless.
Very nice. Okay, yeah, but so they're properly chained up, right? Like
Yeah, they're
not-
properly chained up. It's metal chains connected to the wall. They're bloodied.
I just want to ask a quick question. Sorry,
yes.
or two. The nobles that are with us, what are the noble names?
Thanks.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, please write this shit down. So you've got
just a surname. Honestly,
so
that's what I want.
yeah, it's the Blythes,
Blythe.
and then those who are with you are Duncan Blythe, which is the older brother who was shot in the legs. Amaya Blythe, who is the first heir. Duncan is the second heir, so she's older. And then you have Colton Blythe, who is the younger teenage guy. And then you've got Amaya Blythe, who is the 14-year-old girl who was about to be sacrificed, but you saved her.
Wait, did you say Maya twice?
Yeah, it's now.
Sorry, now.
Now.
Now is the youngest.
Okay. Cool. And the blob is
Piero.
Pierrot.
It's
Was.
was Piero. It is Pierrot. Pirot.
Detective Pierrot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That is all.
Okay.
It's gotta be one of the most French names I've ever heard in my life.
Isn't it the name of the detective from fucking like Murder on the Orient Express and those shit? Or what's his name?
I don't remember where I got the name, but I know it's related to something. Let me just think. It's something to do with it. Oh yeah, that's why I got it. It's a male character in the French pantomime. The sad, white painted face, loose white costume, and a pointed hat. It's like I don't know, yeah, something in French theater.
Nice.
But it could be that guy's name. But yeah, those who are still left here, Shiloh, I assume you're just sort of busy in your workshop this whole time. Is that sort of what you're getting at? Okay, I would say.
Yeah, I wish Alora was here because I wanted to roleplay this with her, but
Yeah, we'll just sort of. I'll just, as the god of the world, I will bend the time so that we can just.
my guy's got a god complex.
Reality can be whatever I want it to be.
We'll just bend the time a little bit to allow you to do that. But for now, you're busy there. Laura would probably be busy with you in there, so I'll just place you there for now. Alex and Sergey, anything you would be doing for the rest of the day?
After Sergey, okay, well, I don't know what Alexander wants to do, but
No, I will come with you. I think we are on the same brainwave here.
hopefully. But yeah, so after giving the hair for them to mop with, he'll turn around and tell Alexander, come, we've got a delivery to make. And he'll start walking downstairs to his room.
Okay.
Yeah, he just chuckles menacingly for no reason because it sounds ominous, like it sounds weird. And he just also walks down.
So you two are gonna do what?
Eularai.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you two also exit the building with the crate of Eularai on your way to the True Steel Forge. And Solon, what are you doing for the rest of the day?
Where's Fulon at the moment?
He said he
Is
was
he back in
going
his office?
Yes, you would find him there. He's busy packing up a few things. He said he was gonna, or be that. Oh, Sholin, can I help you with something? As he stuffs a few books in a bag.
As I already told you what my plans were, but just to, on a quick note, I think I'm just gonna head back to my place for a day, if that's fine.
Yes, of course.
I'm just gonna pack up some stuff.
Sure. I'll wait for you. I'm going in that direction as well, I believe. You lived in the bourgeoisie district?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did not tell you that.
Well, that's where Vox found you in that river, so I sort of assumed.
Assumed correctly. But okay. I'll wait for you outside then.
Fulon packs his things, and let's do you and Fulon's thing first, then we'll do the brothers, and then we'll move on to the fuckery with Silas and Vox. So, with all of your things packed, you and Fulon get on a train. He pays for the fee, and you are on the Alvida on your way to the inner bourgeoisie district. So, you haven't been home in some time. What are you looking to get there? Or is that a personal matter?
Just getting some of my old stuff back and just want to visit the old place just one last time. Don't know how long this new adventure's gonna be.
Yes.
So
Getting to the bottom of the city's secrets and defeating the fiends that lurk in the shadows. Yes, it might take longer than, your average weekend or so, as you might have guessed. Am I right to understand that you have been sort of suspended from the church's service for the remainder of this month?
you would assume correctly. I'm still suspended for, I think, 2 weeks. Counting?
Would you go back after that, or is it, as you said, you're past that now?
I think I'm past that point in my life. Let me just say, new information. Kinda, I don't want to be attached to the church currently. And I need to fix a few things.
Or was it this revelation that led you to, well,
Wanting to stay.
How did you get suspended, by the way? Because it's not like you left. Suspension is they gave you a month, to sort out your life, that sort of thing.
I think that's maybe a story for another time.
All of these stories for another time. Another time might never come, but each to their own. I will respect your disclosure.
Let's just say I did a few things that I shouldn't have done, and I got in trouble.
Oh, tell me about it.
I guess that's what a suspension is, but yeah.
Oh, I can tell you many stories of me doing things that I should not have and getting in a lot of trouble. Assassinating the right-hand man of a very famous crime lord would do that type of thing to you. That was one of my first major offenses. And ever since that, I sort of had to keep to the shadows. So basically what I'm trying to get at is that I know it's not good to ask questions, but just know that I sort of kind of get it, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. You seem at least at heart like a good person, and oftentimes it seems that this city, with all of its laws and all of the nobility's regimes, attempt to push us in a certain direction, a certain way of thinking. And those that go against it, namely us, often pay a steep price at the hands of those who wish to keep us in line. But it is this sort of craziness, this sort of will to go against the flow of everything that will make a difference in the end. At least that's what I believe.
What you just said is the most relatable thing. And that's scary.
See, you're not alone. We'll get through this together. And with that, you hear the train, the whirring magics, the light magic runes that are grafted onto the bottom of it come to a rest as you decelerate. And doom, the door opens up. I believe this is your stop. I'm going a bit further in to find that map of the sewers for us.
Good. I think I'll probably be staying the night for old time's sake. I'll make my way back to the HVC tomorrow.
We'll be waiting your triumphant return. I bid you adieu. Until later, then.
Thanks.
The door closes. The train hovers off of the ground a few inches, and it zooms in the direction of the center of the city. And yeah, just tell me, like, what do you do here for the day as you enter your old abode with all the memories that are locked within it? And yeah, tell me as you walk in, tell me what it looks like, what size it is. Does it look rich or poor, or what's the situation?
Okay, so I did think about like how the outside looked. I didn't really give much thought about the inside, but I won't. Okay, what I will say is, it looks like a nice place, comfortable, but it's not like a poor, but it's also not rich. Seeing he was kind of just a part of the church, so it was not like he was rolling in money.
A humble existence.
Yeah, humble. So, but yeah, I would describe the place from the outside was just there's like a few copper pipes like going around the house. I would say it's 2 stories, but kind of small. Like maybe the bottom story was like just like a small kitchen area with a living room, and then the upper floor was like 2 bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And then the outside, like as Solon approaches his place, like there's a big red front door, and on that same wall where the front door is, like there's a very, very big just glass window, and that on the second floor, and that's where the main bedroom was sitting. And yeah, I would think as Solon will enter the place, I would think it kind of looks untidy, because he was like usually the place would look nice, but I think like because of events and stuff,
I would say
the last 2 months.
I would say that is what you expect it to look like. But as you walk in, not a thing is out of place. Everything has been tidied up. The floors have been swept and mopped. The house is very clean.
Solon finds this. Okay, let me just ask this first. Was this like Is there any reason why someone would clean it up, or like which he would know about, or not really? Like, is there no reason for someone to come into his place?
Not really.
Kind of finds this. Like, he lives an eye for it, but I think. Yeah, he doesn't hear anything. Can you do like a perception check or just something to see if he can like hear anyone, like just like that, like footsteps or something, like on the top floor, something like that?
As you think about that, you're standing sort of in the kitchen/living room area. You hear someone attempting to unlock the door, but then they notice the door is unlocked, and instead of unlocking it, they just open it. And a very friendly face greets you. Very, very elderly, half-elven woman with long grey, almost stark white hair with so many wrinkles on her face, it's hard to tell if her eyes are open or not. Wearing sort of the classical white and golden attire that the deacons of Zishester wear as Krishina enters the room, and she just goes, "Solon? Solon, is that you?"
Solon was like readying for combat, so like he was standing ready with his fist as she enters.
"Oh, always so brazen. Put those things away. It's only me. I'm so glad to see you, my boy. I haven't heard of you in 2 weeks. I just assumed the worst, but you know, no news is good news, I suppose, so I just came by your place and tidied it up a bit for you, should you return to it. I came looking for you here, but you weren't here, so at least I thought I might do a little something for you. How have you been?
Very lovely of you. Sorry, I weren't expecting you.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you, so we're seeming to be in the same boat. Oh, how wondrous. I brought some tea, or would you like some? Or I could make some coffee for you. We can have a little chat if you'd like, unless you're busy with your own, redemption arc or whatever.
If it's your famous tea you're making, how can I say no?
Oh, you know, my tea is always famous. I only make the best. For my favorite little pupil, and she sort of reaches up and pinches, almost standing on her toes to pinch your cheek. Don't worry. Grandma Krishina will fetch you a nice pot of tea with a few spoons of honey in it, just like you like it. And she puts on the magical stove and puts a kettle on it.
So you said you were looking for me.
Oh,
is there a reason for that, or?
No, not as much as looking for you. I was just wanted to see if you were doing all right. I assume that you are busy with your own things, getting your things in order before you hopefully return to us one day. I've really missed you at Sanctus Era, and it feels the halls feel just a bit more empty without you coming around there. But it's okay. I am a strong woman after all, and though I miss you, I wait in anticipation for your return.
Like early in the conversation when she said, waiting for his return, like in the beginning, like Solid's face like drops a bit from like he was happy to see her, and like as she says like for his return, like she'll be able to see like his face, like his mood changes a bit. Can't wait to return, but I didn't want to say it like this, but I don't think I'll be returning so soon.
That is also fine. Helios works in strange ways, and you can take all the time that you need, but just know that the Pontifex is sort of expecting your return within a month. 2 weeks from now, and it's fine should you not show up. I'd be able to stave off that wretch for a little while longer. They are very busy with their own plans and expanding the church and so on, and I don't know. They really didn't like it when you sort of stepped out of line that one time. And I guess they're hoping that, maybe it is better that you find your own path. They've come around to Sanctus Ira quite a few times now, asking for you if you had returned yet. And I kindly remind them of your 1 month leave, or, suspension in this case, and, I don't know, they seem very adamant on getting to you and seeing you return to the service of the church as a, very loyal and obedient paladin. Which is good in a sense, but I don't want you to be in an environment where they are constantly delegating your every action. And I told this to them, but they are relentless. So I would be happy to see you return, but I won't be happy in seeing you living a life you would not like to. So,
And she hands you a cup of tea that's done brewing.
Find your own path. If you decide to come back, I'd be happy, but I'd be more happy to see you living a life that you want.
Thanks. That means a lot. I was thinking of this conversation, and I honestly thought you'd be talking me out of this, out of my decision. But I don't know. I won't be able to force myself working for them, calling myself a paladin of the Twin Sons, and then I don't know. It just doesn't feel right.
And I respect that of you. Well,
And you chat a bit longer, and eventually, after drinking the tea, Christina speaks up and says,
well, it's been so wonderful seeing you again, Solon, and I'm glad to see that you are in good health and spirits. You haven't been smiling in quite some time after the events that happened, but you seem a bit more confident now.
I found people that I feel like we can make real change that actually means something.
Oh, that's wonderful. You always were a bit reluctant to engage with some of the other members of the church and within our community, but I'm glad that you found yourself some friends. Well,
We'll see how this works out.
I've still got some duties to do before we close up for the night. It's been lovely seeing you and catching up with you. Till we meet again.
and she sort of squeezes your hand, and the elderly Christina leaves the building.
Hey. How much time would you say have passed?
Like 2 hours. You've still got a lot of time.
Okay. Okay. I think Solon will just like walk up the stairs, past the first room. Solon kind of hopes the door is closed. I don't know. Do you think Rashida would have closed the door? Or do you think it's open?
The door would be open, and the small bed and the whole bedroom is fully cleaned, and the bed is made perfect. Almost as if your dutiful daughter had made it herself before going to school that day.
Oh,
Solon doesn't want to look up, but I think he can't force himself not to. So I think, like, for all time's sake, I think he'll just like into the room, like just look around, maybe like sit on the bed, like just thinking of the nights, telling bedtime stories. And I think with a heavy heart, Solon will then stand up, leave the room, and as he leaves, just like drag the door behind him, just shut.
Mm.
And I think he'll just enter his room and expecting to see, like, in the left corner, like next to the bed, like his old armor, which he wore while in service for the church.
On a on a sort of a mannequin of some sort, the armor is displayed there. You look at the helmet, which has been like polished to perfection by Christina. You know that woman is relentless when it comes to what she is passionate about. And you look at the helmet, and it's hazy for a moment, but then it clears, and you look at your own reflection.
And I think, you will approach the armor. Like, I think he's like done hiding who he is, so when the next day comes, he's planning on wearing his paladin armor again. But I think just like the first thing he does, like there's like a small like a cloth hanging in the front of the armor, which has the church's symbol on. And I think seeing he's not going to wear the armor to represent the church, he's going to wear the armor to represent himself. I think he's just going to like tear off that cloth that has the church's symbol on.
Okay. Clean polished armor without the symbol on it.
Yeah. I think with that, I think Solon will just... I think he'll just enjoy like the day off. Also, but he's not planning on leaving the house.
Okay.
I think he will just chill there for the night, maybe sleep there. That's his plan.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah.
As that happens, camera shifts. And we see two brutish, half-mechanical barbarians approaching the front of a shop known as the True Steel, a semi-factory workshop, large smith that creates all manner of gadgets and weaponry for people to use, armor and the lot. And you see True Steel emblazoned on it. You hear the incessant banging against metal inside of it, as it is a works day. And just past noon, the people are hard at work with the day's orders and such. You can see the gnomish Baymar just shouting orders with a clipboard in his hands. "Go, no, that's not supposed to go there, you idiot!" And he looks up at this taller human man dressed in sort of Smith attire with the apron on. "Just do it again. I expect only the best, and our clients do too. Come on, to the chopping block. Start over." And the guy just sighs and takes a warm, orange blade that he had heated up and continues banging on it somewhere on the outside as you arrive. And he looks over at the both of you. "Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Hello there, Alexander and Sergey. It's been some time. Come in. Let's talk business. What's been happening with you two?" As he leads you inside and gets up on a stool behind the desk. "What can I do you for, boys?"
Well, this is awkward. Sergey said he will be right back.
Oh shit, did he?
Well, he messaged me, so I spammed him, but he didn't respond.
In that case, I will bend the laws of time again. And Shiloh, we find you slaving away in your workshop. What are you busy with at the moment? If I say so, can you hear me? AJ!
You're muted, eh?
Oh, hey.
Okay, so while we wait for Sergey to return, the camera shifts into your workshop. What are you busy with at the moment?
I think Shiloh's going through some material that he might or might not have collected. Just like, I think also just has like a piece of paper in front of him and some chalk or something, and he's like just drawing some schematics, and he's basically just designing like a functional gas mask that would allow us to venture into dangerous gases of some sort.
Okay, as that happens,
yeah.
Laura, hello and welcome. Just a quick refresher for you. Basically, you left the Blythe residence, narrowly evaded the Archdeacon of Zchester, who came with a brigade of paladins to sort of to come to the call of this weird corruption, this demonic corruption happening in the Blythes manor. You narrowly sneaked past them and returned to the HVC. You then took an hour break doing whatever, and then you had a meeting with Fulon. You, as me, I played you just for a moment. You divulged the information about the bleed infection in the giant spiders, the fact that it adheres to humans better than creatures, and basically you all just spoke about what happened at the Blythes, the demonic things associated with it, and then you moved on to the next moves. You all spoke to Fulon about the disaster that happened in the Outer Common District that destroyed Residency District, and also what happened within the sewers, and that there might be a possible source to this gas that was mutating all of the creatures down there. And you all decided that this might be a good way or a good next step to go and investigate. And with that, Shiloh, you guys suggested that you should make gas masks in order to be able to exist down there and not die. Fulon said that was an excellent idea, and he tasked you and Shiloh to create these gas masks, and upon their creation, you would set off to go to and investigate the sewers. And right now, we're just sort of going by what everyone is doing in this time that they have off, essentially. We just did something with Solon where he returned to his old home. He met up with his old mentor and they spoke for a little while, and he just reminisced on the past. He's spending the night at his own home. I wanted to move to Alex and Sergey, but Sergey is currently in the shitter, so he's not right here right now. So I moved to Shiloh, and Shiloh is currently what he just said to you. He is just built his tables. If you'd look on the map, there is sort of this L-shaped table with an overhang of shelves in his corner of the room, and he is sort of investigating.
Also, Laura, if you enter the room, you also notice Shiloh is kind of he's kind of built your side of the room as well. You also now have like a table and some shelf space and everything.
Oh, if Laura walks in and she sees that, she's going to say, "Well, ain't that nice of you? Did you build it for us?"
I did not like the sight of the what is the difference of linearity? What is it called when the one side looks
symmetry?
Oh, symmetry. Sorry. So it's dissymmetry.
Asymmetry.
Asymmetry. Asymmetry. Yes. Asymmetry bugs me, Laura, Fraulein. So I just merely started working on something, but now you can go on with your little experiments and whatever you're doing right now. Just leave me be. I think I can do this on my own. And he just turns around and once again just looks at the schematics and.
Laura's not gonna leave you be.
Of course not.
So she's gonna say, "Oh, alright, enjoy working," and then literally like 2 minutes later, she's gonna speak up again and be like, "So, how's it going over there with the gas masks that we need to make? Do you have a schematic? Are you working off a blueprint or?"
Yes, I think I might have the design down.
Make an intelligence check.
Also,
just
intelligence or technology check rather.
Nope, intelligence. Technology is electrical or steam powered. This is technically alchemy.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. But okay, fair enough. Intelligence. Hello. D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond is just loading. Intelligence check. Ooh, that's a dirty 20.
Yes, you're pretty confident in your schematic, but please continue.
Do you mind if I peer over it a little bit? Just for curiosity's sake.
He's kind of leaning on his table with both his hands, and you just see his head disappear, like over his shoulders, and you only see his shoulders now. And he just grabs the schematic. Please make it quick. We need to do this as soon as possible.
And then she makes her way there, takes it out of his hand, and she literally jumps onto his workbench, sitting on it, and she's literally like sitting there reading it now.
I'll tell you what you see. So essentially, what you see just is this very sleek-looking gas masks, not like very big or telling. It's going to be quite comfortable to wear. And I am not a very smart person in real life, but so I'm just going to dumb this down. Essentially, what the whole schematic is explaining, or the parts, now besides just the material aspect of it, the silicone or the plastic or the freaking metal that's going to be used inside of it, you see the filter is designed to essentially, since this is a poisonous gas and not just merely the lack of oxygen, this poisonous gas is going to have to be filtered. And you realize, although the rest of the mask is pretty solid, it is going to work the way it says. Shiloh's alchemy is a bit off, and I think the filter in its current state will definitely kill us faster than the actual gas.
You easily discern that just by a glance. You're a professional in alchemy, and judging by the state of that noxious gaseous thing in the sewers, you can immediately tell that this isn't going to work. Just make an alchemy check with advantage for me, just for the sake of things.
So if my phone doesn't... +1. Okay, advantage. Well, that's a 15.
Okay. I would say, clearly the filter is not wrong, and I think that you discern a very important thing, and that is that oxygen levels aren't that high in the sewers to begin with, because it is so deep underground, and there is no fan or something that regulates oxygen flow in there. So I think you discern that yes, you will need a filter, but you will also need at least a small supply of oxygen in order to be able to breathe there in the first place. And Shiloh has not included that at all in the schematic.
I can tell you the gas ain't gonna kill us, but I can't promise you that a lack of oxygen won't.
What are you talking about, Fräulein? The schematic is perfect. Nothing about it is going to not work once I've built it.
I think you may have missed a word in that sentence. It is far from perfect. And then she turns it over and then she shows it to you.
He grabs it and he just very distressingly just goes through it.
And she kind of like, she's going to get up in your personal space and then she's going to start pointing out on the blueprint. You see, you need to put a filter in there, otherwise, well, we're going to suffocate, dude.
So wait, let me just get this straight. So essentially the problem is...
So the thing is... the filter won't like, you don't know a lot about the gas, and Alora has samples of said gas, so she knows more of what has to be filtered out of the air. And also because I thought it would be a fun mechanic, you would have to add at least a small oxygen tank to the mask in order to breathe in the sewers, since there isn't a lot of oxygen down there to begin with. So there will be like a time limit on the masks, but you will need oxygen.
I think Shiloh does realize, just like instantly realizes, once Alora establishes it, that oxygen like compartment would definitely be useful. But he looks at the alchemy of everything, and he does he knows a little bit about alchemy. He's a novice or whatever, but he notices there are some irregularities and something. He definitely didn't account for everything, but the problem is he doesn't know how to fix that part. So he just looks at it and he realizes, I suppose you're right. Then how do you suppose we fix this aspect? Obviously, the oxygen supply I could easily include, but however, reading this, I realize that my alchemy may be a bit off, and unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure how to correct it. Hello? Hello?
Sorry, Miss Simon.
No, I thought I completely lagged out.
So basically, she's gonna take a pencil from your workshop, and then she's just gonna start doodling all over your blueprint.
Wonderful.
Well, you add something.
No,
you can adjust this and this, and then we can
just.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, Shiloh's just cringing at, like, he made this very, like, he's a pretty good artist and like that in the drawing of like schematic sense, and everything is very neat and tidy, and now you're just doing all your crazy ADHD writings all over it, and he doesn't like that, but he stays quiet because he realizes he needs your help with this.
And then we're gonna say, don't worry, Charlotte, it's not bad for a machinist, but this is not really your field of expertise. It's not something to be embarrassed about.
He coughs at you.
she's, well, you know we're gonna have to work together a lot, right? So the quicker you can learn that we could rather work together and add to each other's expertise than rather make it a competition, well, I think then things will go smoother between you and me.
Right. Anyway, could you please finish this up so that we can get started? I think I will collect the materials.
No, you're gonna help me.
I'm sorry, what?
You're gonna help me.
What do you mean? I'm going to help you. I'm going to go get materials for the mask, and I'm gonna come back and put the mask together. You are going to sort out the alchemy parts, and we'll see what happens from there.
Or you could do the alchemy part and maybe learn something
I
useful.
think you can do the alchemy part because you are the alchemist. I am the builder.
Or maybe we switch it up. I learn something new. You learn something new.
What is the purpose? I don't need to learn alchemy. I am fine with the knowledge I already have.
Well, you machinist, and she just kind of rolls her eyes after trying, and she makes her way back to the workstation. Fine, you can go get your resources, but if you actually want to learn something useful, you can just stop by my workbench.
I think I would rather halt my schooling of the alchemy for now. But after saying that, he just glances at the schematic, looks at the chemistry, at all the things that you've written on, and he kind of analyzes it and internalizes it, and with keen mind, he remembers it, of course. By the way, do you want to know what the time is?
It's
Yeah.
It's 36 minutes past 2 and 12 seconds.
Shiloh knows this, but he doesn't say anything. He just knows it. So you all know.
Fucker.
While when she walks to her workbench, like 30 seconds goes past again, and then she's gonna speak up again, and she's gonna say, "So why did you become a machinist, actually? Because you're a machine?"
What? A machinist. That is very cute. I don't like labels. I am merely an artificer. I am a scientist, a man of the future. I don't need labels like a machinist.
So you're nowhere of all but a master of none.
I'm sorry, that is very rude of you to say, by the way.
It's true, isn't it?
I am a master, I'll have you know, at everything I've ever said to accomplish. Even if I were to try to learn your little high school chemistry methods, I would be better than it. I'll be better in it than you in a week.
Alright. Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
That's fine. Just do your part, I will do mine. And Shiloh, I think he starts to assemble. He starts to assemble everything that he has into the.
10 seconds goes by, and she's just like,
Of course.
"But why though? You didn't answer my question."
Are you, Fräulein? Are you asking why did I become a machine, as in not a human, as in?
Why do you do the things that you do? Why do you like working with machines and gears and the things we work with?
If you must know, I grew up, well, as far as I know, in an environment that allowed my mind to flourish and learn about the world and how to create and build. To be honest with you, Fräulein, that's all I remember. All I know is I am very intelligent and I know how to build things. I am not exactly sure where I learned this. I am going to assume my creator is the one that taught, is the one that taught Shiloh, whose memories, of course, has been implanted into me.
Do you think you were an artificer? Well, before then?
I must have been. This isn't my memories, nor is it my skills, or even my body. It's someone else's that has been implanted into me. I'm assuming that the person who used to look like me, think like me, they obviously love to build and to create, and I think they had an ambition to change the world like the most famous artificers in the world. And create change, all that junk.
But you missed. Well, how do I ask this without it sounding a bit rude? I know you don't have feelings per se, but how are you handling learning that? Well, the memory loss and everything. Aren't you curious? I know I would be curious if I lost my memory and I was suddenly a machine and I couldn't remember anything and now I had to figure out who, where, and where I came from. So I'm just curious.
Yes, I understand, Fräulein, yes. Of course, I am curious. I want to find out exactly why I am who I am and why I exist, why I was built. Who was this Shiloh person who lived before me, and who is my creator? Of course, I have these questions, but I also know not every question can be answered at the same time. For now, I have different goals in mind that needs to be completed. One of which is finishing this oxygen mask so that we can continue on full-on the little mission to save the city.
Well, to be honest with you, Shadow, I hope this is the right word, envy you a little bit. Not envy, but
Are you
what's the word?
jealous of, like you want something? Envy is the right word.
I'm just making sure. I kinda envy you a little bit.
You envy me.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have feelings, I wouldn't have to take so many other people's feelings into consideration all the time. It's kinda exhausting. So, I envy you. Because frankly, you don't care about what anybody thinks, you don't care what anybody feels. You don't even care what you think or what you feel, so...
So Shiloh, in this entire conversation, Shiloh is just assembling the prototype mask, and I think after you say that, he still continues doing it. He stops for a second. He's not looking at you because obviously he's working at the table. And then he just continues to build further in a more slower pace, kind of internalizing what you just said. But he doesn't really respond to what you said.
After the moment of quiet, she's gonna... I'm sorry, did I say something wrong? You just got very quiet.
No. Why would it bother me? As you said, I am a machine. There's no emotions implanted into me. So, nothing you say could hurt me.
Well, I hope that's true. Be kind of awkward if I did just hurt you and I didn't really notice it at all. Sorry if I did say something wrong. Yeah.
He doesn't say anything. He continues to assemble the mask.
After this conversation, it's something you can't explain, something very deep and very subtle at first, but you do feel something. There's just no definition for it that you can place on it, but you do feel something. I would like either one of you to make an alchemy check with advantage for me.
Would be me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not even handling the alchemy at the moment. I'm assembling the technological part of the whole thing.
That's a 17.
Yes, I would say with the 17 diligently working together into the late hours of this evening, you would have a working prototype that you could show to your allies and then just duplicate that at a faster pace, essentially. You test it out and it seems to filter all of the right things, and you have an oxygen supply that lasts for about, we'll call it 12 hours. So
I think Shiloh and Alora they spend like the rest of like a lot of time now in that room to properly build the thing, and I think eventually once we've built our prototype, Shiloh just asks Alora to just quickly put together a poisonous gas so that we can like try it out, obviously on her because it's not gonna. I don't need a mask.
Gotcha.
So I think we just go through various, obviously not deadly gas, just like gas that would like make you sleepy or.
So you just go and you hotbox this entire place.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Like one of the gases is sleep gas. So you put the mask on you, and we let go of the sleep gas, and you just fall asleep. The next one is was supposed to be like a poisonous gas, but it just gets you high. So like. You just spray it, and Shiloh just looks at you, and you're just standing there, and he's like, "Did it work?" And then you just start to go like, "Oh shit, sure did, Shiloh."
So this happens. You go through many different gases. The door is closed, by the way, so there's just this build-up of noxious fumes, and we'll get to the consequences of that when everyone reconvenes later tonight.
Can I have a quick conversation with Charlotte while we're like testing out this gas mask?
Go for it.
She's gonna one time after like takes off the mask and she starts like a bit coughing after being exposed to these fumes. How many times do we have to do these?
Until I get the filter working properly. It's almost done. At least this time you didn't pass out.
Thank goodness for that. Don't you think sometimes that if we had magic that this would have been so much easier?
Well, I don't think Charlotte was not gonna get philosophical about magic now. Who needs magic? Then you have science. He doesn't say it like that. But he does.
Haven't you ever been interested? I mean, they can do what we can do in an instant, where we take so much longer and it takes so much effort, and they can just do it like that.
Caroline, magic is merely undiscovered science. They are born with the magical, blessed by the ley line of this world, but they never worked for any of it. It's just theirs. Of course, people like Wizards who spend lifetimes working to be the most powerful in the land. That is commemorable. But people like us, we see the world in a different way. We realize that magic, in its purest form, could be very dangerous lately, as we've now learned corrupting. It might be a better way to think for a moment.
We make guns, Shallow. We make much more horrible things sometimes. I don't think magic is innate, just more dangerous. More powerful, yeah, but the danger comes with the person that has it. It's not innate, I think.
It's not
evil.
guns that kill people, people with guns that kill people. Well, perhaps, yes. but I don't know if you've noticed, but it's people like us, in the majority. We are visionaries. We have different goals than those that use magic. We want to change the world, we don't want to rule it. I think that is what separates us from them. However, if you have been feeling a bit separated from those that are gifted with the magic, with the magical arts, it might comfort you in knowing that, of course, none of us are really without magic. It's a natural occurring element within us. Even us as artificers, our homunculuses, and he points to our monkeys and everything. It's not pure technology, of course. It is our own innate magical abilities that we have infused with the intelligence and cognitive part of our abilities.
Yeah. Regan did mention that once.
Who?
Oh. The guy that died the other night that I met you in Vox.
Oh, yes, of course. Well,
Yeah.
he was a smart man, at least. You know, when he was still living. Anyway, I say we get to finishing this thing so that we can just end and leave this room for the day.
Yep, I agree. Just don't try to kill me, please. I really want to get out of here alive. I don't want to die from noxious gas.
I can't think of the words, but I want to say something like,
And if I do die, you're obligated to put on my tombstone, killed by Shiloh, so everyone knows.
I will do so, and along with that, I will say, died discovering, and not cowering. How does that sound?
Yeah. Alright. Seems like we have nothing to arrangements agreed. Let's just get back to testing.
Because Shiloh just gets back to it.
Okay.
And eventually we get the filter right and the chemistry correct, and we Walter White the shit out of it. And,
Okay.
you
You get that working prototype, and with this, I will shift the camera over to earlier that day because you worked late into the night. And we now return to our previous theme. Sergey, are you done with the shatter? Okay, cool. You and Alexander arrive at the forefront steps of the True Steel, and as the scene, as I described before, you see Baymar, the gnomish smith who leads this True Steel, barking orders at people with a clipboard. He greets you, invites you inside, and props up a stool to be able to actually have a conversation with you, since you're much taller than him. And he says, "Right then, boys, what can I do you for? What have you come to grace me with today? A new weapon, some armor, you name it, I got it. Oh, by the way, how'd the whole thing with the ravens go? Find any Ulari yet?"
Are we in his office now? Or like still outside?
No, you're still. It's not outside. He's invited you inside, and there's like a reception desk on the inside of this place, and you're standing there. You can see behind you. There's a whole smith with a bunch of forges and a bunch of people working. So it's not like you're alone with him.
Yeah. I'd rather we have this conversation in our office.
Okay. Spicy news indeed. Sure, move through. And he walks over and he unlocks the door, and you notice that the door handle is much lower to the floor than like an average door handle. It seems to have been built for him, and he opens it up and you're led inside, and he gets behind his desk. I noticed that you were walking around with a curious little container over there. Is that for me?
I guess you could call it a special delivery. And I'll first make sure the blinds are closed. I don't know if Alexander goes to close it or whatever. But I'll sort of open the top and we'll place it on his desk, and then I'll open the top, tilt it a bit forward to show him that it's a crate of Yulerai.
His eyes open wide. By the beard of Vulcan! How? That's so much Yulerai, I could enchant this whole city with it! Well, okay, well, first of all, you know what? I'm not gonna ask where you got it, because I don't care. What's the situation here? How can I get my hands on that? What must I do you for? Because, you name it.
Let's just say the Raven's problem got sorted. And for you to get your hands on this, we just ask for your service and maybe a bit of information.
Okay, I could do that within reason, of course. I could make so much
for enough Eurolite to enchant the entire city, as you so said.
That wasn't an exaggeration, but I mean, it's a lot of
backpedaling already, yeah.
I get excited when opportunity presents itself to me. But of course, I can make you some of the highest grade enchanted gear, and I was more referring to the information. I can help you with what I know, but beyond that, I could probably ask a few people. But well, let's start with that. What would you like to know?
Well, I'd like to know what you can tell me about the following places.
Okay.
The Last Morsel, Saxophone Sands, Globe's Bar / Inn, the Bad News Bar.
Just think for a moment.
Those are the names that we found on that one, note.
Yes,
right?
yes. It was meeting places. Well, for Crates of Jewelry, I'd be happy to tell you whatever I know. As far as I know, all of those places are businesses that did business with the Ivory Winery. And from what some of my friends tell me, they had some sort of accord with the Ivory Winery. I don't know to what end, but it seems that in order to get the wine from the Ivory Winery, they had to come to some sort of agreement. And many other places within Zchester did not want to come to this agreement, and as such, they were unable to get their hands on the wine from the Ivory Winery. That is why you would see some places having scratched out their wine lists. So basically sketchy business is going on there, and I believe that any of these places would be a staging ground for whatever the Ivory Winery is doing. I don't know if they're transporting, illicit substances and such, but I believe it has something to do with that. Other than that, I can't tell you much. I just know I could give you the names of their owners. I mean, Gloak is obviously the owner of Gloak's Bar. Then we've got it seems that people do indeed name things after themselves, so you can ask for Sam at Saxophone Sam's. A man named random name generator. Look. A man named Audric is the proprietor of the Last Morsel. I wouldn't recommend going there. It's very dingy at the edge of the copper district rundown type of place. But I do believe if you're looking for illicit substances and those associated with said substances, that is where you'd find anything to do with that. And what was the last name?
Bad News Bar.
And the Bad News Bar, proprietor of that is Miss Taldra is her name. Taldra. That is basically just a nest for gamblers. It's very illegal. I mean, you need a license for that, like the bigger casinos like the Azaleen and such, but they just don't care. And you'd find quite possibly a lot of illicit substances there and a lot of gambling. But basically at face value, that's what I got for you on those places. I don't venture out there that much, but I do know a few things.
Right then, thanks for your information.
Right.
Now to your arts and crafts.
I'm
sure my brother over here would very much like an upgrade to his axe.
He places down a blank blueprint paper, gets out a pencil, and begins drawing. Okay, so Alexander, what are you looking for? Upgrade. What are you working with at the moment? That seems to be a sort of modified. What is that? Oh, it's quite interesting. Phase weapons are quite rare. They I believe yours has the ability to project its blade.
Indeed.
Well, it's going to be hard to top that, but I definitely have a few things in mind. What would you like? Is there any specifications?
Damn good question. What did you say?
A +3 axe, obviously.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course, easy.
Yeah.
But you don't know what +3 means, so just explain to me.
It's like the amount of blades I have now, +3. 5-bladed axe.
That would be more akin to a mace of some sorts, but I could probably do that for you. It might be a bit ineffective in combat.
If you have any other ideas, I am all ears.
Just see if you can increase its destructive power, I guess.
Yes,
Destructive.
make it cut sharper.
Cut sharper. Destructive.
Make it explode on a cut. I don't know. Whatever makes people makes a person into many persons.
That would be called fornication, but I don't think that is what you mean.
No. Pink person, but chunkier. Literally, chunks.
Oh, okay, I understand. Chunks, and he writes down chunks as a note. I'll see what I can come up with. Well, the amount of Eulari I'm willing to use on this, it's gonna take me some time to do this, of course, but it will be free of charge, and you will be getting the best handiwork that I've ever worked on. So give me about enchanting process taken into consideration. About a week, if I have my best men on it.
Well, as for me, I would also like to create something for me.
Alright. What will it be?
Well, I've always been handy with Mole.
So you're looking for
I'm not sure how extravagant you can go with, but...
What would you like it to do? Just name any random things your imagination comes up with, and I'll try and facilitate that as much as I can possibly do.
Well, I've been in a lot of scenarios where people, they're running away from us, or might be a bit too many surrounding us, so I'd maybe want something to either get close to them or, well, to get meaning magnetic mole. Okay.
Go fucker. So you didn't want people running away from you, and when a lot of them surround you, you want to sort of break free of that. Okay, interesting.
Just create some space.
Create some space. Okay, this will be very interesting indeed, and with the amount of Euleroi we got here, I could definitely do that for you with some to spare. Right, that's all I need from you. Anything else I can help you with? I'll get started on this right away.
I almost forgot. All the sharp edges that are sticking out, also making it very hard to blend in with no clouds.
Yes, you are quite imposing. I will say that at the least. Looking for what? A disguise or what? A modification to your augments, because you'll have to talk to someone else about that. I'm not too clued up, but I can see what I can do.
Just smoothing out the edges.
Okay, I could definitely do that for you. Sure. Would you like to do that now? I mean, you are here. I could get a few people on it. And yeah, you'd obviously have to be present for that one.
But I don't have anything else planned for today, so...
Right then. Come along. And he walks out of the room. And basically you can obviously describe what you look like afterwards, but essentially you're put into like a barber chair-esque situation where you're sitting on a chair and then he's just going around and smoothing off the edges with like his tools and whatever. And we'll get to what you look like once the party reconvenes. And for now he's also creating the 2 weapons for you, which will take a week, so you can return to him after that in order to collect them.
Sounds Gucci.
Okay, and with that, thank you everyone for being so patient, but we are doing character building apparently. As we shift the scene to a bit earlier, Silas, you are walking and you just exited the HVC headquarters. Can you tell me what your passive perception is, please?
Passive is 15.
Vox, I'd like you to make a stealth check, please.
Ready. That's 17.
Okay. Silas, what are you doing?
Silas is walking towards a very familiar passageway. Surprisingly, folks, he's walking towards... Actually, yeah, he's walking towards the sewer line.
Interesting.
Kind of, yeah.
I would just like to note, just for the sake of accounting or whatever, just before I went out, I just told Fudon that I'm gonna go investigate the situation. Just a note.
Okay. He's aware of your investigations ongoing. So, Silas, as late afternoon careens by, you arrive at a manhole cover hidden very cleverly away in an alleyway. See a rat sort of scurrying across the ground.
Can Silas, when he opens the manhole, can he just check if he can breathe?
You open it.
Well enough, if that place is still okay?
You inhale a deep breath, and it seems okay.
Okay. He will drop down into the sewer.
Vox, you're peering
He'll
around.
look around first and then obviously drop down.
Make a perception check. Vox, stealth check.
Yeah. By the way, just as I exit the building a bit earlier, I cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Second level.
Okay. Silas, make a perception check. Vox, stealth with advantage.
17.
That's a 25. Stealth.
Yeah, Silas, you look around and you look straight into the light that is coming from the outside of the alleyway. Vox, Silas is looking straight at you, but also through you because you're invisible. And
I'd say, just for the sake of flavor, Silas, as you look in that direction, it's almost as if one of the shadows close to the lamplight kind of twitched a bit, but it was very brief.
yeah, it's
I wouldn't say you.
yeah, it's no worry to you.
You
But
see his eyes squint a little bit, like he just waves it off and just jumps down.
Vox, the manor cover closes. What do you do?
Interesting. I'd say I'd wait a reasonable amount of time. Not too long, but just give it a few seconds. And then when the coast seems clear, I think Vox will tiptoe closer. I think he'll just look around one last time, just to make sure he's not being followed by anybody else, possibly. And after some time, he will kind of just steady his gloves, and he will slowly open the hatch. Just to get a feel if it's like squeaking or anything or making a noise before he fully opens it.
Does a bit, but you're able to do it without a sound. With that stealth check, of course, you're able to slink down into the sewers. It's very dark in here, very stinky, and your feet slop against the wet, humid cobblestone floors as a river of muck runs in the center of this large pipe, essentially. And about 60 feet ahead of you, you see Silas walking.
Okay, I think I'll keep that easy threshold and just pace behind him.
Yeah. How many feet
Yeah,
are you?
he's gonna turn the corner there.
Yeah. You see Silas turn a corner, and you sort of hurry up. And how far are you gonna keep behind Silas?
I'd say like 40 feet is probably a safe bet.
Okay. You turn the corner, and you see Silas there. Silas, what are you doing?
Well, Silas is now like in a big opening. I could say that. There are like pillars on each side of the place.
Mm-hmm.
And you see him just go stand there in the middle of nothing, essentially. And then you just hear this weird sound out of his mouth. Like it sounds a bit reptile-ish, if you can. It just sounds weird. I don't know if you've ever heard it or anything, but like it sounds snake-like, obviously.
It's
Like a hissing sound.
Yeah, just like a hiss.
Yeah, something like that. It's like yeah.
Okay.
He's technically speaking in like what snake language? I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, let me just check something. Languages does this thing speak?
Like it's just for his name.
Vox, what languages do you speak?
Let me see. That would be Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, and Thieves' Cant.
Okay.
Damn, bro.
1 second, please.
It's just to say his name, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you don't recognize whatever the language this is. It seems that Silas doesn't even recognize that language, but has learnt the mnemonics of it.
Vox's eyebrow contorts a bit, but you can't see that.
Obviously not. And he's just standing there. His demeanor looks a lot different from what you're used to. Like, he looks a lot more confident. Like, he's standing really, really tall at the moment. And he looks pretty relaxed. And then it starts.
Interesting.
A rumbling.
Yeah. Vox, the ground shakes slightly beneath you.
I think Vox loses his balance for a few seconds and he catches himself.
Vox, you blink once, and all of a sudden, the entire tunnel in front of Silas is wreathed in the gigantic coils of a massive snake. Same for you, Silas.
A
you
white
blink.
snake. Yeah.
A white snake that just is there all of a sudden.
What the fuck?
And the snake tastes the air and it careens down to you, Silas.
Have you
He
brought...
puts his hand out.
The snake tastes the air and your demeanor and then says,
You return to me again. Any secrets to share?
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Indeed. I have felt a great disturbance in the demonic energy of the city.
Oh. There was a disturbance.
One of the 5 has been greatly reduced in power, and you seem to know something about it. Do tell.
Well, Vikram, do you care about the others' lives? Do you? Perhaps?
They are merely obstacles to me.
Well, do I have a secret for you, Vikram? So, one of your little acquaintances, do you recall the name Puro?
Yes. He was the one whose power diminished just but earlier this day.
And you have me to thank for that, just by the way. He was controlling. He puts up his fingers like the peace signs, like the what is this? What is it called again? On.
Oh, quotes, quotation marks.
Quotes. He puts like the quotes, like in a hand gestures. Control the nobles, the noble house, the Blythes.
Oh.
They wanted power. He wanted power.
It seems Piro had pawns of his own.
Oh yes, he had.
But they were no match for you. This
of course not.
Does please me.
I'm glad.
And for that, I will share a secret with you.
Perfect. My question to you, Vikram. I want to know what you know about the elven individual that is with Stolen. What is the deal there? Why is there A Lunarian elf. With the soldier of the Twin Suns. Please. What's the history then? I need to know.
A hefty secret you ask for, but I will oblige.
Let me just think, how many years ago was this?
You said he was the child. You showed a picture of a
Yeah, it
saloon.
was. Oh yeah, that's true. Let me just think. I'm gonna call it 10 years.
10 years back, Elitha entered the city, fleeing from a village. And as far as I know, she met up with this individual you know as Solon. The reason...
just remind me the question again. Why is the Lunarian elf?
No, like what's the history between like why is the elf with Solon? What the hell? Why is there another?
Yeah.
Why is there an Lunarian elf there all of a sudden?
They met up. And further than that, my eyes do not see. But what I can tell you is that Elitha is no longer part of this mortal coil. She is dead.
Did he kill her? Know it? Maybe I shouldn't know. Continue, please.
If you would like to know that, another secret will have to be shared.
I know another secret, I know. Just continue with the previous one, please.
They met up, and it seems that they were rather close. But further than that, my eyes cannot see.
Oh, that's very annoying. Well, here's another secret for you. I don't know if it's a secret to you, but this might be important to share to you. Blythes has infiltrated the sewers.
I know.
Blythes. You know?
Whatever is happening beneath this city encroaches on my domain. I can push it back. But I cannot eliminate it without getting to the source. And I don't know what the source is.
Well, that is what we're going to find out. At the moment, we can't enter without some sort of gas mask. So I'll get to the source. And I can tell you the answers afterward. If you like. For a secret, that is.
Of course. You have done much for me and will do much for me still. That is why I want to share another secret with you.
And the snake's massive head coils towards you, and it bows its head to let you make contact with it.
Can you make contact?
And with this, I saw that you took Arcane Trickster as your rogue. You learn all of those abilities from the snake. The spells that you have chosen, all of those things. That knowledge floods your mind.
Pleasure doing business with you, Ekon.
Before you go,
Hmm.
We should deal with this interloper.
Vox, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, fuck.
There's only one person I know who'd follow me.
I don't think you...
Would 8 suffice?
I think, Silas, in this moment, you were pretty sure that no one was trailing you. I mean...
Yeah.
But
he's like, he only knows one person who would actually follow him.
Vox, you feel held and paralyzed by the snake's gaze, and your invisibility immediately fades as you watch the eyes of the snake glow a venomous golden and green, and it coils over Silas, around you, not constricting you, but shutting off your point of escape.
Did you think a parlor trick like that would hide you from me?
Vekram.
I think Vox wants to say something, but his muscles are just...
Silas. Yeah. Silas will also stop you. Vekram. I'm sorry. I should have been more cautious.
You should have been more cautious. I am very annoyed. But it's fine.
I can tell you now he won't say anything. This is Vox. He's a part of my party and he's been annoying ever since I came in there. Vox.
I'm very annoyed.
I will deal with him.
I am very annoyed. But you will deal with him. And you can make up for it.
I will.
Kill him.
Kill him?
Fucking classic.
He's very useful. We need him.
How can I know? You will not speak of my presence to those fiends that live above the ground. You dare defy me? Kill him.
Make a persuasion. Make a persuasion check for me.
Okay.
Since 6 seconds have passed, may I please attempt to make another save?
We will get to that now.
It's a 6. I'm not very persuasive to this man.
You watch venom begin to drip from the snake's mouth. Vox, make a saving throw.
Come on, baby. Come on. It's a 16?
I would like everyone to roll initiative.
Oh no. Everyone? No, not everyone.
So it's everyone present.
Yep.
Is what I mean.
Oh, that's no.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I
roll.
think Silas will scream. Can he say something before?
Just 1 second. Let's just
if he sees.
Vox, what is your initiative?
17.
Silas, yours?
10.
Silas, what do you say as that last ditch persuasion?
It's like, oh fuck, okay. Vox! Run!
Oh, Vox!
And he will, try to help.
Okay, so you're going against. Okay, let's do this.
Oh no. Okay.
Let's get a.
Oh no.
I'm gonna just use, for the sake of this, I'll just use. Let's use this.
I don't think Silas will try and fight the snake. He still wants to keep his pact, obviously. But he doesn't want to kill Vox.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use. I'm just gonna use this as the battle map just for the moment. we'll have Vox and Silas. Silas, you were speaking with the snake over here. Vox was back here. The snake coiled around. This thing is massive, by the way. And we'll just use a little thing for the snake. Let's use a
It's
dragon.
a lot. Shouldn't we use this block, perhaps?
I described it as it being a pipe that you were in. So,
okay.
yeah. So I would say, the snake coils around, but its body is massive, to like over here. And with that, top of initiative, Vox, it is your turn as the snake with its dripping maw opens its mouth. Silas just says, "Run." What are you doing?
I will take that voice to heart, of course, and I will do so. But in order to thwart the snake's attempt to block the path, I will lunge a chaos bolt directly towards his eye.
Go for it, roll to hit.
And then I will bolt.
Okay, you have disadvantage on this because the snake is right up close to you.
I see. Fair. I will use my reaction to make it a normal.
Okay. You use equalize to make it a normal attack. Go for it.
That's a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Sweet. That is a 17 chaos damage without sneak attack.
Okay.
Silas is very disappointed in you.
The bolt strikes Vekran as it screeches out. No threat to me, hey! Yes. And the snake goes mad. What do you do, Vox?
The moment the bolt makes contact with him, I already take off, and I'm just straight up gonna try to jump up that hole.
Okay.
And hope for the best.
As you, the hole is a ways back, I would say, and actually the snake. Now thinking about it, the snake coil would have coiled around you, Silas, over here, and you just sort of see Vox through the coils, and this way is the way back to the manhole cover. So Vox, you'll have to turn around and book it, essentially.
Okay, that's probably gonna be an attack of opportunity, but I don't care. I'm gonna run.
The snake's maw opens up as it lashes at you. That is a 16 to hit.
Yep.
Please make a Constitution saving throw.
Fuck. That's an 8.
7 piercing damage. One moment. And 31 points of poison damage.
Silas can't say anything to him in this moment.
I crumble into a pile of cape. I am knocked.
The snake bites into Vox. The fangs pierce through his stomach, and the snake lifts Vox up. And then its head coils towards you, and Vox is sort of.
Silas's arms are up, like he doesn't want to fight.
As the demon snake picks up my unconscious body, a tiny, smaller golden serpent will emerge from my cloak and bite him on the nose.
Go for it, make an attack.
You miscreant!
Sylvester!
Let me just grab the pseudo dragon stat sheet real quick. Okay, I'm booking on a nasty little sting attack. Come coming from Mr. Sylvester. It's a plus 4 to hit. Okay, that's an 8 to hit.
It bites into the snake's nose, and the snake just sort of shakes it, and then the snake's head coils and presents Vox to you, Silas. In its maw, it opens its mouth. Finish it! And it's your turn, Silas. What do you do? Okay.
We can make a deal. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he's very helpful, I can promise you that.
Well,
He's stubborn, but please. I'm not here to fight you against you.
the magic that he just used on me was something that I've never seen before.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Now, should I use dice or just roll?
You can do whatever you'd like. You can just be honest.
Persuasion.
Yes, with
Why is it
advantage.
persuasion? Oh my god. You know, I'm just gonna hope for the best. Hey, okay, that's a 19. This a 19. Please, come on. Two secrets next time. For one.
Puts Vox down. The snake puts Vox down.
Yeah, his arms are still like next to his by the way, like in surrender. Not in surrender, but like no harm will come. That type of thing.
And Vecron's eyes glow green, but instead of like the poisonous green, it is more a rejuvenating green, and is going to cast Cure Wounds on you at first level.
On Vox.
Yeah, on Vox. Vox, you heal for 10 hit points. As you come to consciousness, Silas is there in front of you, making sure that you're alive, and just this looming massive
and
snake.
Silas is making sure you know you should not be moving at this point. He is glaring your way and saying, don't
I
move.
think since I got knocked out so quick and revived so closely together, I think some of that adrenaline is still in my system. And Vox just kind of springs upwards, drenched in water and poop and snake venom. And he's just gonna kind of like raise his gum finger, like point both these fingers towards the snake. And Silas and like Jack Spox just like convulse all around his body. Really agitated.
Just put your hands down. He's like speaking through his teeth. To you, Vox. Just put it down. He looks back at Vikron.
Vikron's eyes are a golden rage at the moment, as it just looms. But as Vox...
And as he makes eye contact with Vikron, his eyes also glow gold because of that.
And Vikron's eyes diminish back to those like black voided pools that they usually are, as Vox lowers his arms. And the snake still looms behind you, so Vox, you basically see Silas in the foreground and just this mass of white snake scales just behind Silas.
I look at the snake, and then I kind of clench at the massive hole in my stomach, and then I slowly turn my mask towards Silas, and I think my hand was still like being lowered, but as it goes down, I tell Silas in Thieves' Cant, traitor, and I lower my hand.
His head snaps towards you. He looks mad, but he can't focus on the camera. He just looks back up at Vekon with slight more annoyance towards Fox. Not like. Can we go?
Yes.
Are you asking me that?
No, he's to Vekron.
Or the snake?
The snake.
You can go, but you spoke something of a deal.
Give secrets the warnings next time.
No.
Fine.
I need insurance that your little friend won't go blabbering our secrets. And I need insurance that he will be useful. Give me your terms, and if I'm satisfied, maybe I won't kill the both of you where you stand.
Terms. Pause. I need to think of this real quick.
Vox, you also sort of understand the situation, and you and Silas are able to thieves' cant to each other, but yeah, that's your choice.
I am just using my hands together at this point, so yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, he's talking to Vox. He's gonna talk to Vox. Please, we can talk about this later, but you have to keep this to yourself. For now, okay? I'll explain it to you. He's looking down at you. This shouldn't be taken lightly.
I just kind of flicker at you. But I think you can tell from his body language. He does accept the offer for now, but there's a clear distrust now established.
Yeah, you can see not the need, but kind of the need, like, he has to, you have to keep this a secret. He's worried at the moment. Okay. Terms. Alright. This will remain a secret. I can promise you that. You will tell me. And if it's really necessary, I will bring you whatever amount of secrets you want without asking for anything in return.
Vox gonna crack around when you say that, but he wants to raise his hand to say something, but then he just grabs at the wound again.
Yeah, Silas does glare at you, like his eyes go cold and as he closes.
No.
And back up.
What can you give me now?
Now.
What can he give me? Or what can you give me?
1 minute.
The snake asking for a blowjob.
Nia.
It's beginning to look like that.
God. Jeez,
Dis 'n warlock pact. Jy kan doen wat ook al jy wil. Jy kan absurd goeders opmaak, want I mean, jy gaan essentially, of Vox gaan essentially 'n pact maak nou, en ek gee vir jou die creative freedom om iets op te offer as insurance vir Vekron.
Fine.
Obvious one is your soul.
Fine. Vekron, if he tells the secret for insurance, and he looks back at Vox before he looks up again, but this time he just with like his emotions are not really on display at the moment. It's a bit odd. For insurance, you may have my life.
Vekron looks at you.
And everything adorned to me.
Vox is kind of surprised by that comment.
And you accept these terms?
There's a silence for a moment. I do.
Vox kind of wants to get up and like tell you to stop, but he kind of falls back onto his knee again, and the echo of the splash like convulses through the sewers.
I accept. My life for your secret. Deal?
Vecron's eyes flash golden in unison.
But, you may harm no one around me. Neither the may or may not being of family interest. Do you hear me? That is what I ask.
Very well.
And the snake's eyes glow golden in unison with yours, and you notice almost a suffocation by your throat. In Vox, you see this
Hands went to first.
a snake tattoo is etched that coils around Silas's throat out of magic. As the snake casts chaos on you, and basically, if you do not come to terms, if you speak out, you will die, essentially.
Okay.
Remember this. And it is
Out of what?
And
Okay.
if you let Vecron's secret out, essentially, and Vecron says,
remember.
Because Vox already knows. So, sorry, I keep interrupting. But I just want to know if Vox, if I tell him lie, I'm not gonna die, right?
No,
Since he knows.
yeah, but basically, it's fine if you and Vox talk, but if the secret of, if someone else comes to knowledge of Vecron, then the deal is at forfeit and you will die.
Okay, then I die. Okay.
Yeah, so,
perfect.
and as that is etched onto you, the snake's eyes dim and just says,
Remember my generosity. I only do this because you are so valuable to me. But cross me again, make another mistake, and I won't be so generous.
the snake begins slithering backwards, and once each of you blink, it's gone, and you're alone in the sewers.
Silas does this and just coughs.
Fox kind of lifts his mask a tiny bit. He looks away from you, Silas, but then he just kind of spits in the direction of where the demon went, and he closes his mask again.
Silas says nothing, stands up and walks to the manhole without telling you anything.
Okay, so you're not looking at me now.
He's not looking at you, he's just walking toward the exit. He doesn't not look okay at this moment, he looks a bit mad.
Joe, if you'd like to thieves scan something, you can get his attention, but please continue.
I think I will
He'll
wait.
probably only say something later, but
I will wait till we get out of the manhole, then I want to do something.
Okay, so you follow Silas out.
Yes.
Silas, you get to the top of the manhole, move it to the side. As you stand at the top there, just contemplating of what just happened, Vox emerges, bloodied.
he's still walking actually. He just doesn't want to stand and wait for anything. He's slowly walking, but he's moving. But he suddenly stops.
Vox grabs you by the arm and drags you towards him, and his cold gaze.
wrenches his arm away from you.
Gaze.
He wrenches his arm away from you. How could you? You're so selfish. You just want to know everything, don't you? You can't just leave one thing unturned.
Vox's hands kind of move, but they're shaking him a bit. And he says, basically, don't you think I deserve to know that one of my teammates has been serving a demon.
Sorry, you glitched. Can you say again?
Huh? What did you miss?
Jy het geglitch.
Jy kan
Ek het gehoor.
Ek het alles gehoor.
Nee, ek het 'n bietjie gehoor, maar sy het net 'n bietjie geglitch.
Okay.
I just basically said, don't you think we deserve to know that our teammate is working with a demon?
Oh. Why? It's not that I'm going against you all, am I? I'm helping you. Maybe I just needed a little extra power, but that is too much. Too much of someone? Why do I need to tell you? We're not family, we're not friends, are we? He's pissed at this moment. He's just shouting.
I kind of gesture my hands like angry Italian man at this point. Like it's like I'm violently jittering my hands to indicate a sense of frustration. But he just says, basically, there is no room for secrets when it comes to this business.
No room for secrets, huh?
That's how people die.
Oh, is it? No room for secrets. And everybody else's secrets are fine? Yours? Huh? The others? Alora's? Shiloh's was just revealed. The other person's... Shut up. I'm talking to
If I may interject, our secrets do not lead to long-term detriments, at least for the time being. Yours, the fact that you kept the secret from us in the first place is what caused us to investigate. And Fox almost lost his life, my boy.
It wasn't me that investigated, Sylvester. Why did you need to Why? Why did it need to be investigated? I did nothing wrong. Maybe I just sneaked a few times. This is something for me, for a bit of more power. I didn't do anything wrong.
I see. This is not the time to talk about it.
Not the time, then when will be? Huh?
I think...
With everyone else? Make me die because of that?
I think so. We shall reconvene at the AC. Take a rest, and then we will talk about it.
Take a rest. Oh wow. I can't believe both of you. Like his face deadpans at this point. Could just leave me alone. Could have just let it be. I wasn't going to do anything to harm any of you. No matter how much you annoy me.
But how are we supposed to know that if you don't tell us anything?
Don't ask!
We're never going to tell us!
How would you know?
Even if we did!
How would you know?
I do mean,
Silas.
Full-on did ask you multiple times what was up, and you just played it off. So, it's only
There's a
obvious.
reason why I can't tell people about this. You know that more than anything now. I couldn't tell before and I can't tell now. Maybe I can tell you. But is it something I want to share? Personally? Why I had to have this power? It's not something anyone can just easily share, Fox. This is not something I needed to share now. Maybe I would have in the future, but you didn't give me a chance. I know I was sneaky. But a lot of people are, aren't they? Could've just left me. Could've just asked, are you going to kill us one day, or are you going to betray us? It's not something I do. But asking is
Vox
too much.
just kind of signals with his hands, as if you would have said yes.
Well, no, I can't do it. Don't tell anyone about this. Do you hear me? Because now it's my life and this was more than it has ever been. I don't care if we're not friends, if we're not family. Do not kill me. He walks off.
I think Vox just kind of stands there. Just his eyes kind of follow you disappearing into the night.
Yeah.
Just kind of
with his voice, you notice his accent just fell away completely from the
I was
series until
about to
now.
ask that actually, but
Yeah.
then you walked away. But I think Sylvester will just like whisper Vox.
Just me, or did his accent completely disappear as well?
Vox just kind of does one of his edgy growls again. And he kind of shrugs his shoulders a bit. And then he clenches at the massive gaping on his stomach again. And he will slowly like make his way towards the HVC again.
Okay. Both of you take a point of inspiration for that, please. And with that,
Point of inspiration. Wait, what?
right at the top, there's a box for inspiration. It's a free reroll
Yeah.
for anything.
Oh, so we just get it. Okay, cool. Yay!
And with that, for the sake of brevity, after that shit show, we'll reconvene back at the HVC. Well, I think, rather let's do this. I think, is there anything any of you would like to do before we end this day? And then the next day we will reconvene at the HVC. Anything, that you would like to do? I mean, Solon is away, and then obviously Sergey and Alex, you return to the HVC.
I think Alex Zander would take Sergey first to the bar downstairs
Okay.
to have a little discussion.
Okay. You arrive at the Toad Princess, and before going up, it's later in the day, 5 o'clock now. You can see the sun is careening downwards. You enter. You see Miss Betty Germana standing in front. Howdy, boys! Well, you look happy. Did something happen to you today? New promotion? I don't know, perhaps a love interest or something? Both of you are just smiling from ear to ear. Do tell.
Let's just say we got a good deal.
Oh, business.
And now we're here selling.
Oh, no, you need not worry about that. I'll take care of everything. What? Escher, come see our guest to that table, please. And the still scared Escher Kesho shows you to a table, just not making eye contact with you still. And
Why is he leading us? I just wanna like tell him Red Hole. Alright, okay. I just wanna tell him staying out of trouble, I hope.
yes, of course. Just dutifully doing my work. It's been fine.
Good. And I give him a very hard slap on the back.
Ow. That's gonna leave a mark. What can I get for you guys?
Porta bottles.
There we go.
I'll just bring 3.
On Sylvester's path, as always.
Yeah, I thought so. I'll just bring 3, and he goes away. Eventually, 3 bottles of let's see what their strongest would be. The Tord Princess. It's yeah, it's 2 bottles of Tarragon Signet. I don't know how to say that word. It's very expensive, this shit. It's a sort of a weird chocolatey, almost undertoned whiskey, which is very, very delicious. 2 bottles of that, and another bottle of just straight, like, friggin', yeah, could be Tycon brandy, sure. And that is put in front of you, and yeah, you are at your own table to do whatever you'd like.
Just kidding. So, brother, what are your feelings about all the freaks in our group? There's a couple of them. More than full-on Toda would be.
I mean, the only one I do not totally distrust or somewhat dislike might be Solon, and that's just because of strength that he sometimes possesses. Not really sure what the story with him growing and shrinking is.
Reeks of magic to me. And his forearms or anywhere is always smaller than mine, so you know.
Everyone's forearms are smaller than yours, don't worry.
Yeah, damn straight. And the rest of them. I don't trust that freak of nature, the robot.
He's an interesting character. I know call you devoid of emotion sometimes, but I mean, he even worse.
Yeah, and Alexander takes another sip of his drink. Anyways, what I actually came here to tell you is Alexander will go into one of his inner pockets and remove this syringe that he places on the table. We just quickly get on the thing so I can see if there's any description.
There's some type of new drug that they're using.
I never use drugs. We only sling them, you know? Users don't. Anyway, I'm moving on from this conversation. So yeah, you see a syringe that has like the Uleroy green glow from the contents inside. I found this in the lab. I think it might be useful for one of us, if one of us, use the bucket again.
Yeah, that seems to be a tendency with us, doesn't it?
Yes. But I would just also I should let you know, if I were to go down, I will be carrying this on me. But I don't think we should tell the rest of this.
I would maybe ask the robot or the other alchemist girl maybe reproduce such a thing, but we don't know.
I'll maybe ask the alchemist girl already. Alexander doesn't finish his sentence.
Do you trust her? What if she studies it and makes a syringe that, I don't know, makes things worse? Would kill us instantly.
I don't know. She's quite smart. She figured out things that I only suspected.
But I mean, it doesn't take much to be smarter than you, let's be honest.
Alexander brother, I think there's something to tell you.
Let me just have another drink before it gets all sentimental. Take a big wig.
I believe our father is actually a sorcerer.
Are you listening to the mad words of that robot again with the paper she found?
Not just that. Apparently the other one, wage. Science also proved it.
We can't be certain that she's telling the truth, brother. I mean, that's absurd. We don't have magic in us. We've never used magic.
I assume that it's like a cold sweat. That's true. But I mean, it makes sense. We always knew our mother was working for somebody powerful. We both know all the powerful men here. Sorcerers and wizards and other freaks of nature.
Yeah, but she always said that our father was some lowlife that abandoned us. What?
Doesn't mean he's also very powerful.
No, I cannot accept this. You must be lying to gain something. I do not know what, but it can't be true.
Maybe, but I thought you should know. It's always us two against the world.
And it always will be. Drink more, you're way too sober for this. Pours another cup for him.
Down, obviously.
Okay. And move from that conversation. So I'm going to explain this scene because I think it would be very funny. Later that night, Sergei and Alexander, having had a merry time at the Toad Princess, you come sauntering up to the second floor of the HVC headquarters, and you don't see anyone in the building. There's like no one here. You're like looking around. You walk past your two captives. They just sort of like cower back at you, and as you turn the corner, you hear a noise, many noises, and it's coming from the laboratory as you walk into this space. And the moment you sort of step closer to it, the door opens up and a cloud of dark green and brown gas just extrudes outwards and begins covering the entire room like a mist. And Alora and Shiloh walks out, Alora with a gas mask on her face, having completed the gas mask prototype. And both of you see Alexander and Sergei.
We have done it! We are ready to go!
I don't have to die. I don't have to have you know.
I'm sorry, did Shiloh like leave a massive fort or something? What the fuck is this cloud?
I don't what, first of all. Second of all, we have perfected our prototype. We now have the exact thing. We now have the perfect device to use for our little escapade down in the sewers. So I suggest you get everyone ready. Where is everyone? Exactly.
I do not know.
Dodge through the door.
You come.
Loud bang at the same time.
Maybe everyone can go in the room and we just played around with noxious gas.
Right, I grew up Alexander's fart in all life. Not much more than that.
Everyone was speaking. I remember evacuating our house for 2 days because of you.
Okay, that was one time when I was too okay and I couldn't control my ladder yet, so shut the fuck up. I'm out to the kitchen to get another drink.
I just realized something. Sergey, you see Shiloh, like in his hand he has just like this bunch of high-tech gas masks, but he walks up to you and I think he just puts all of the gas masks like on the table. And he says, and for you, my matured friend, we had to make things a bit different. Because I'm realizing now, you don't have a mouth. So, he literally just takes out of his pocket, it's like this tiny circular device that almost looks like, it exactly looks like the filters that are on the masks. And he says, I just need you to sit still for maybe a minute or two, and I'm going to install this filter into your mouth there, and you will be able to walk through the sewers more naturally than most of us. Well, than the rest, so.
As long as you don't mess anything else up in the process.
Oh, I can assure you, I'm surgical with my modifications. Please.
That like the cut you made on Solin's arm the other day.
I said modifications, not biological advancements. Alright, so please point to the chair. And I think
Oh, by the way, how do you two look like now with all of the quote-unquote sharp edges and modifications that you did at the smith?
Is it noticeable?
I would imagine.
Yeah, previously where there were like
Please explain to me what it looks like.
jagged edges like coming out of his clothes, like on his shoulders or whatever. It got smoothed out a lot to be able to look more natural, like under a cloak or like a big enough shirt or whatever. So it's a lot like, you know, like the character actor from Mortal Kombat, the black guy with the metal arms, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
it looks more like Winter Soldier-esque arms.
Yeah, essentially like that. But still very black, but still a bit sharp. It's just moving them out.
I think as Shiloh is like installing this filter into your jaw, he kind of he glances at your arms, and while he continues to work, he just goes, where did you get all?
There just doesn't change if I ask someone to make for me. Because it seems like they're always sneaking somewhere or lying to someone, so I thought I'd just look a bit less like a hedgehog with claws, metal claws.
I see. So, another artificer, I guess?
No, it's not an artificer.
Oh. It's just someone that would be able to do something like that. You already know one of those.
Oh really? Is it Mr. Solon? You know, he's very handy. You know, he's scraped. I believe one of the armors. He's scraped like half of it or something. He might be very knowledgeable in that.
I'm not insinuating anything, Hector. I'm merely saying that I am a part of this group and I am Sergey, sorry,
something to drink.
It's the G. I am not insinuating anything here, Sergey. I'm merely saying I'm out of the team and I am offering up my talents to the likes of you, no matter what I might think of you or what you might think of me. So, I am just saying that things that you go to other people for things that I can obviously do a better job.
Well, I did try asking him last time after we collected for title what would be able to create for us.
Yes, I
I believe you gave a very vague and shitty answer, sir. Can't really remember, it might be the
fair enough. Vague, shitty as that answer was, it doesn't bother me anyway. It didn't
But I still not going to that guy. Okay.
just stays quiet. Makes no face, continues to, and then finishes installing the filter.
And I will have a conversation with Alexander while that's happening.
Okay, go for it.
I'm gonna go up to him and say, very quiet, so how you see how you doing with everything?
I'm doing just fine.
Does Sergei see her go up to him?
I would say so, yes. But you're currently distracted by Shiloh installing.
One bad side Laurel.
I'm running on my door up in that door. I think she would look at it and kind of go through the back and continue the conversation from it. So, and then I kind of was on, I kind of under the impression that you probably knew about this.
Alexander played dumb a bit. What?
You know.
I know what. Be more specific. I have a small brain. I can't remember that well.
You're, do you really want me to say it? What if someone hears us talking?
Maybe this conversation later. When everybody is not near, you presence behind me. Alexander is doing like just like arrow eyes.
They shriek away.
Laura quickly looks at the visitors, then gives them a quick wave, and then turns around. Yeah, we'll speak later. And then she just kind of walks away, looking if Sergei is still deaf, eyeing her.
Good evening, everybody. I hope your days were fruitful.
As Fulon enters with a big ass scroll-like map under his arm. I had to go through a lot of paperwork to acquire a map of the sewers, but I've done it! And he raises it above his head. We are one step closer now, at least. I like the new look, gentlemen. Shiloh, any report on those gas masks? What is that smell?
Don't worry about it. Anyway, this is a mask you acquired.
Oh.
And Star just hands one out to everyone except for yeah. Right? One for you. One for you. Here's Solon. And he just points out, and as he like gives it out, he just goes, it has been equipped with adjustable straps, especially for you, Solon, if you were to go small on us again.
Just saying, everyone that was speaking now is here. I don't know, Silas, are you coming into this space?
Solon
isn't here. Vox,
Just out of the door and didn't like say anything.
Oh,
He
okay.
just over the door and like someone else.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
Yeah, it's only the brothers, the two artificers, Fulon.
He says anyway, it comes equipped with just straps for those that he looks at bigger heads, the rest of us, and smaller heads well. Make sure that the silage or this what do you call it? The ceiling material fits nicely on the bridge of your noses. That is only if you don't wish to die. A very gruesome death.
How does the fulfill look on Sergei?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I want to try that because it's very obvious. Very something.
It's pretty small, but I can shot at it though. I think he looked for like what do you would have like. I think what the filter does essentially he bored a very small hole into your little jaw, and the filter kind of clicks into that hole. And he also just added at the side of the middle jaw, he added like rubber seal glue thing that you can rip off at a later time. But for now, it like seals the jaw shut, so the gas doesn't come in. So it's quite what he does. He just turned your jaw into one of these masks.
Okay. When are we planning on going to this route?
Probably tomorrow. But yeah, you'll talk about that now.
Yeah, well, I think when Milo wants to collect the rubber seals my jaw, you'll go. Niet with you.
I'm just trying to see if this will work. You can rip it off, go to sleep, and I think it's like a spray, just sprays it.
To use these jaws in combat, they cannot be sealed. Or rip off soon.
I assure you, your jaws would still work perfectly fine. Only sealing crevices at the sides. You of course, under no circumstances, should be opening your jaw. That understood.
That's what I need to.
Unfortunately,
like to use them if it's necessary.
Unfortunately, they say even if we had a mask big enough cover for the jaw, you wouldn't be able to use it anyway. So they're going to place the filter inside. Inside. Oh, do I see something inside the jaw?
I'm just saying, I'm very fond of using jaws when occasion calls for it.
So what you're telling me is I can essentially create a mask that fits inside the jaw, cover whatever you have for mouth, and you be able to use your jaw. That's what you're telling me.
Well, you meant the real me if you create
What I am telling you is you have a metal jaw. Of course, this means that you are lacking something in mouth for jaw compartment, which to me is that you are basically already have a mask top. So you choose. You tell me. Can you still use jaws? Even if your mouth covered inside, because to be honest, that technology.
The filter itself is quite small, right? Or how big is it?
Yeah, but it's pretty small, like very.
I'm sure if they fix the filter in the correct spot, it won't be needed to seal the jaws. Put masks inside as you put it.
I don't think so. Because I don't think so.
If he were to show you his jaw, or what is beneath it,
I would have made it his jaw.
Beneath the jaw. So the jaw is in front of his face, essentially. It's not built into his face, it's on top of his face, essentially. And as the jaw unhinges and opens wide, as you've seen him do before in combat, what does he see? What does your actual chin and throat area look like?
Well, I think like there are no cheeks on the inside. It's just like metallic, and I think I can describe it from 100% for how it would actually. But I think like going down through it, see that like two pipes continuing down through as well as esophagus or whatever it's called. And then there is some sort of mechanism trapped in there that with like his claws, if he uses his jaw when he's under half health, he regains his health. There's a mechanism or contraption there to like get the blood flows into the pipes as well, and then that'll go to the rest of his body to help heal him, something like that.
I'm going to ask Shiloh to make a technology check for me, and this will determine if you will be able to use your jaw feature in the sewers or not.
You can just set the fucking filter, but okay.
Maak wel op,
Now I'm gonna fail. Wait, a what check? A technology check.
Yes.
Oh,
It's your hunger stinky, Sergey.
that is an
No, no,
11
no.
technology check.
Looking at this, I would say it is not possible. It's too complicated
To do what?
to install the filter behind the jaws. The filter is small, but it will still get in the way of the jaws, and I think you would have to offer up that in combat, unfortunately.
I still don't see why even bringing it inside change anything because it still have to go in this.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, like where the arrow goes down is half.
Oh,
I mean, just
Yeah, I would say you look at his, you listen to his outrageous ideas, but you can see that it is not going to work.
I mean, he's not Sergey isn't so he'll make stupid ideas.
Yeah.
that's fair. Also, he did going to anger, so he's not going to use stupid, even though he was all pretty sensitive like that. Just me. Here's Sergey. You're going to have to offer up that ability for the time being.
Fine. And yet I thought you said you could create stuff for us, but whatever. It's fine. Obviously not as smart as you claim to be.
I'm not going to say anything about that showy technology advice of you, but I'm just going to my mouth.
That sounds like a gun.
Yeah. Okay, well, I am very glad about that, and that you're sorting out whatever the hell is going on there. I suppose we could. I've got the maps here, and we'll have a meeting tomorrow when everyone is back. I believe Solon will be returning to us, and then we could you could head to the sewers as soon as possible. Solon, great work as always. Miss Shiloh, great work as always. This
Actually, Laura, she has a lot. So I believe she has also some great days.
like Foulon's eyes also go wide. He's like, well, Miss Laura, thank you so much for lending your expertise to the cause. This will most definitely benefit us in the future. I would like a word, and he walks up to you. He walks up to Laura, but he almost also sort of addresses everyone, but the message seems to be mentioned or focused on Laura. So we have two prisoners in our midst still, these wenches that are sitting behind us currently, and also the matter of Colton and Nell that are still currently residing in some of your bedchambers. Now, this is no place for children to be growing and developing. And as such, I have made some arrangements for them to stay over at a friend of mine for the time being. and this friend of mine also so happens to have a dungeon in his basement, so we'll be taking the prisoners there as well. I believe some of you might have met him. Solon and Silas, so they're not here right now. But nonetheless, just don't be alarmed by his presence. And Fulon says, you can come up now. And you hear footsteps, and you see a dark blue cloaked man with all different like symbols and things embroidered in gold on the cloak. It looks very regal, royal even, as this man steps into the room. His boots clack on the floor, and he arrives. Now this is my good trusted friend, Mr. Farazan Odana, and he is the Baron of House Odana. Farazan, this is the HVC, as I've told you before. They are all good people. They might have some rough edges, but we're working around that. And you see the man take off his hood. And you see this salt and pepper-haired man with a very fancy curling mustache, a medium-length beard. He has a monocle over one eye, and he carries with him a metal staff with golden details on it. And you watch a four-sided pyramid just float magically above the staff at all times as he uses it as a walking stick. And he says, Well, hello. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I believe you already know my name. But yes, it is as Fulon said. I'll be taking these two into custody, and I'll be looking after Colton and Nell Blythe for the time being. It's good to meet all of you.
I think there's something that needs to be discussed about something that one over there said. And, yeah, I think that help everyone. I feel that that's so it doesn't really make sense, but I think it's better if everyone knows if you're reference. So, when I was alone in a manner with Colton and his veteran ruler over there, the ruler brother mentioned that he saw me, I think a week ago, in a conference. But y'all know that can't be possible, because I was here with you.
Farazan looks over at you. Are you a Laura Steele by any chance?
Yeah, that would be me.
Well, I'm quite confused because at one of the last nobleman meetings that I was at, you were there. I spoke to you.
Oh, it wasn't?
You really don't recall the meeting at the Golden House with the other nobility and the Steeles present?
When did this when did this occur?
About, a week ago?
About a week ago, sir, I was, hanging out with this lot, trying not to get myself killed.
I can confirm I have in my mind.
Sorry, you have what?
I speak my mind. Sorry.
Okay.
That is... You know, it is both concerning and a bit relieving to me, because this other Allura that I spoke with, she was so prim and proper, the perfect
vision of her family, and she was expressing her new ideas and got great acclaim from the other nobles that were present. He looks at Foulon. Foulon speaks up. Well, it seems that the Steels are definitely trying to hide something. And we'll definitely clock that up as something that warrants investigation. Laura, your family...
I'll add it to the map. Charlotte goes into the room.
Your family was not really known for magic, right? They are proud rationalists, as far as I know.
Yeah, my daddy and mother wouldn't dare go near magic ever.
Wonder if they... What? And Forazon speaks up. I wonder if they made some sort of duplicate or something, because... I mean, the Allura that I spoke with was not the Allura that Regan used to tell me about. I will look into this, Foulon. Yes, please do. And Colton and Nell come walking up the stairs. Oh, hello, you two. I believe Mr. Foulon already explained what is going on. And Colton says, sorry for being such a bother, sir. We can't obviously stay here, and I don't know where else to go. Oh, that is completely fine, my boy. You'll be safe in the Ardana house. So please get your things ready, and we'll be ready to go in but a few moments. Miss Laura.
Yeah.
Might I have a word with you in private?
Is this Odana or Flulon?
Odana.
Odana. Yeah.
And you two.
And then she goes.
You two walk downstairs. Yes, Charlotte.
As they walk like out of the vicinity, Charlotte just sends one. If I may have I think I speak for all of us, and I ask the question. Aren't we supposed to be against the noble houses? Here you are with a very close friend with Baron going out. To explain?
I said that we were against the corruption of the city and the noble houses. Forazon does not fall into that category. Me and him go long back. We've even spent some time in some sort of adventuring party together in a faraway land known as Ethia. And he is good people. He has a fascination with the mysteries of this world, magical and otherwise, and he has devoted his life to the curious study of that. And he was part of the Adana noble house, and he was actually a preacher for equality amongst everybody, and used his influence as much as possible in order to realize that. But recently, the House of Odana has seen a steep decline in its influence, as all of the other noble houses have turned against it, just reducing any means of them to grasp more power. And his son, which you might actually know, Regan Odana, was murdered recently by quite possibly members of the Steels or otherwise, and he's all alone now. The rest of his family have mysteriously disappeared, and we all know what that means. So, but despite that, he is a good man, still keeps to his morals, and yes, he very close friend of mine.
Unfortunate. But anyway, Before we go, I just have some last minute work to finish on maybe Success and things. So I'll just meet me when we go, and I'll be ready.
Very well. Very well. As you get downstairs, Laura, you can hear Colton and Nell in their various rooms getting ready. And in that hallway, for Zon...
You'll take good care of them, Mr. O'Donnell, right? They're just kids, you know.
Oh.
Very messed up family.
Oh, I know. I will raise them with kindness, but also sternness. Hopefully they can become something after what they have endured. I've known many people, Foulon up there included, who have gone through many different things, but at the end of the day, there's always potential for turning out a better person than you were the day prior. And that is something that I truly believe in.
Can I go and check on them?
Oh, of course. Just merely state your name at the O'Donnell residence, and if I'm present, sure, I would be completely fine with that. Another thing, I understand that you were acquainted with my late son, Miss Regan.
Oh, I read it, and then I was like, didn't even make the connection. Yes. I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. O'Donnell.
And I'm both sorry for your loss as well. I believe you have lost a very trusted friend. Regan was a very bright young mind, and you could have easily succeeded me with the House of O'Donnell, but unfortunately, it seems that the house will be dying with me. But that's okay. Still much to do, and still much difference that I can make in this crazy world that we live in. But he spoke fondly about you whenever he had the chance, and he said that you were quite the inquisitive mind, both artifice and magic. And if you'd like, I would like to pick up where he could not. And if you're ready, I would be happy to, if that is your desire, show you a few things that I know. Perhaps teach you a few things in honor of Regan, if that is what you'd like.
I would really appreciate, Mr. O'Donnell, thank you for your kindness, but I just have a request.
Of course.
That it stays between us.
Oh, of course. I have no...
my family. If anything were to reach them about this, I feel what they would do.
Well, it seems that they've turned quite the blind eye to your apparent disappearance and just replaced you with something else. Looks like the like of you, so I don't think we would have too much trouble with them at the moment. But, of course, I will keep it confidential.
So do you want to meet up weekly, or how would this work?
You know what? When you come for your first visit to Colton and Nell, we could discuss this there over a pot of tea, perhaps, or something of the like.
No. Alright, but that sounds good. The next time the HVC has a bit of a break and we're not busy, scouring sewers for a gas leak or whatever, I'll make sure to pop by.
Of course. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Are you guys ready? And Colton and Nell are standing there with like a bag of their own. Yes, sir. We're ready. And he walks upstairs. Follow me. And
there they go. Laura speaks up. Hey, this is him. If y'all ever need a friend, you know where to find me.
Thank you so much, Alora. I really appreciate it. And yeah, let's try and break free from these stupid shackles that my family has placed on us. I promise you, I'm really gonna try and make a difference, exactly like how you guys are doing here. Perhaps I should also learn some magic by Mr. Farazan, and I don't know.
Maybe have rises like ever.
Yeah, that would be nice, and I would like to work for it myself instead of making a deal with a demon and getting it from there, because that seems just a tad bit wrong to me, don't you think?
You'll be fine, kid, don't worry. She roughs up his hair as she says that.
He blushes and he takes his sister's hand and they walk upstairs, and she just says, "Thank you for everything." And they walk upstairs, and getting upstairs, Farazan is busy drawing a large circle on the ground with chalk, just sort of etching it on the wooden floor. And Farazan stands there as the two children are joined by his side, while Shiloh is busy with your whole mask implant, Sergey. Nell runs up to you. She just says, "Thank you for everything, and bye," and she runs away.
I'll see you guys soon.
You watch Farazan cast telekinesis, like he twists his hand, and both the two prisoners just levitate off of the ground, and they're levitated into this middle of the circle. And Duncan is like, "Farazan, if you know what's good for you, if you don't want the ire of the nobility on your ass, let me go right now. I mean, we could make a deal. Let us go, and we won't tell the others that you're affiliated with this group of terrorists." And he just says, "Oh, shut up," and he just clenches his fist, and they crush a little bit under the telekinetic force, and he steps into the circle, hovering them over. "Come now, step inside." And as they step inside, he clicks his fingers, and you all watch the chalk disintegrate into a bluish light, and eventually it shines. And in a
Laura will say under her breath, "So cool."
And as that happens, all the runes that he drew light up, and they vanish into thin air. No chalk left on the ground. Okay, that's another tick off of the list, Foulon says. "Right then, I'll be heading off for the night. See you all tomorrow." Anything you guys would like to do before you head off to sleep?
Well, I still need to have a chat with Alexander, but so, yeah. If when there's a space where Alexander's alone, I think Laura will approach him.
Yeah, well, Alexander will probably be here in the living room, just drinking.
Okay.
Sorry to bother, Alexander, is this a good time to talk about this, maybe?
Alexander will check who's in the room.
I would say a few hours have passed, and Foulon is sleeping, and I think most of you this would have been time to head to bed. So unless anyone wants to stay up here, you are heading off to bed. No one? Okay.
Everybody went to bed.
Everyone goes.
Hello.
Everyone goes to bed.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. All of you head up to your different bed chambers, and eventually, the end of the night, the dead silence, just a few lights are still on. Alexander, as you're sitting there, almost expecting Alora to arrive, you do hear her footsteps coming up from below, and she arrives.
Sorry, Alexander, is this a good time to talk, seeing if no one's here?
Just is the bit. He stumbles over his words because he's drunk. And not because I can.
He looks at the glass and she scratches her head. So, maybe it isn't. That's
Well, I don't think there's gonna be a better time. What do you want?
I was just under the impression that you knew about what I found, and you were hiding it. Am I under the right assumption?
I had a hunch. You just proved it to me.
So that means your brother is also?
My brother is also?
Hey,
Sorry, I'm actually stupid in real life, not in the game. No, I did tell him earlier today.
How did he react to it?
As well as I thought he would. So, not good at all.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's probably not a nice thing to realize, I guess. Knowing how your stance is about magic.
He doesn't say anything. He just drinks.
I just wanted to tell you that if you need a friend or a ear to talk to, I've gotten very good at it over the years.
You can actually do me a favor. Alexander will take the syringe and throw it to Aurora.
She picks it up and looks at it. Huh. Where'd you get this?
From the Crimson Dawn's labs. I can't speak. From the Crimson Dawn's labs. I think it might be useful for me and Sergei. I was wondering if you could maybe replicate the substance.
Well, do you have any information about it, about what it does?
Oh, from the glowing green stuff. It's probably Ulari something.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure I've... Wait, actually, how the fuck do I know what this thing actually does?
You know that Ulari revives you. It's a Ulari syringe. That's all you know.
Okay, peanut brain, rock equals smash, makes sense. I think it's the same stuff they used to bring me and Sergei back, you know? So I think it might do the same thing when we're in a tight spot. It might be useful to have more.
Yeah. That would be very useful. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I'm sure with time I can replicate it. Might take a while, but I'll try my best.
Sorry.
Silence. I just feel like this is such an awkward conversation. There's just a lot of awkward silence.
I mean, Alexander is very conflicted with this thing, so yes. Thank you. And yeah, we'll just stand up. Of course, you trying to not give you the ultimate death stare and just go down.
She takes that as a win, because usually the brothers just give her death off because angry looks the whole time, so...
Angry looks all our thing.
Yeah.
Okay. As
Alex, as you come down the stairs, you almost bump into Vox, who has a noticeable pink bandage around his abdomen for a reason you do not yet
What have you been
understand.
doing? Vermin?
He just kind of eyes you up and down, but then he just kind of shoulder taps you as he walks past. Heads for the kitchen.
You're gonna walk to it.
You shoulder tap and then you find a very big metal hand on your shoulder. That was what you call rude.
Vox just kind of slowly like takes your forearm and just takes it off of his shoulder very peacefully, but he just kind of eyeballs you and then he turns around to walk again.
I think Alexander will try and trip you.
Make contested dex checks. Laura, I would just say by this time you've already gone. You passed Vox by the stairs and you've gone to your room. Unless you want to be here.
Well, I think I would also see if I gone down now, I would see pink bandage, and I think Laura would say something about it.
No, you did it correct. I'm the stupid one.
What are the?
I'll come down after the
Yeah, you trip Vox. Vox, you fall. It hurts, and Alexander, you clearly hear that groan of pain.
I think Valley would hear Laura hearing that Fud would come down now.
I think Alexander would have a little smile on his face. It's rude when to walk away while somebody's talking to you.
I kind of.
Vox, are you alright? What happened to you?
My eye just flickers with like a bit of black lightning, but then I just kind of turn around again and ignore him and walk up the stairs.
Do it, you coward. Afraid of a bit of a fight?
I shoot him with a chaos bolt.
Okay.
This is so stupid. I don't have my axe and I'm like half health. But why the fuck not? Let's do this.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
So Vox was walking up the stairs. Laura, I'm gonna place you like right over here.
Yeah, I would have tripped him right before, but right when he got on like the second stair, I would have tripped him so he wants face first.
So what I was imagining was you were going down. Vox was walking up. His shoulder taps you. You grab him and grab his leg, and he falls prone on the ground over here. Vox, you turn around and blast with a chaos bolt, Laura, as you arrive at the scene. Roll to hit, Vox.
I think, just for the sake of taking Fulon's property into regard as well, I don't like shoot it at him. I kind of just put my hand against him and then it kind of seeps into him just as to kind of, avoid damage.
Disadvantage or anything?
That would technically be disadvantage, yes.
But you have equalize.
See? Oh yeah, okay, I still have one shot left. Whatever, let's do it.
Go for it, roll to hit. I'm gonna say because I want this to happen, you have advantage because Whatchamacallit doesn't expect this. Roll to hit.
Does that mean I have sneak attack?
What do you mean? I'm the one that taunted him.
I'm joking, that would make sense. That's a 19?
Yeah, you got lucky, punk. That hits.
Lucky is about to hurt a lot. I spray him with 11 chaos damage.
So, just for spiciness, this is what happens. You place your hand, just Vox, all of the frustration and all of the secrets and all of the crap that happened this day. That was the tipping point. Just one person to get on your bad side. You place your hand on his chest. And you blast him with chaotic magic. You take 11 points of damage, Alexander, as you fly down the stairs and land at the bottom of them. And if you'd like to continue, we're not going into initiative. What are you doing?
Alex will rage, baby. Oh, I actually have a rage left. Okay. I will rage for what effect? Ooh, a 7. Aha! Okay, everything around me is difficult terrain. So I would say what happens is, as you Chaos Bolt me, these undead hands start to grip you, and I would say Alexander would run up, and he would fling you and hit you across the room towards this wall over here.
So he's throwing me backwards.
Yes.
Make contested athletics checks. Vox, you can use acrobatics or athletics.
Okay.
This is advantage, right? Rage.
Yeah, you have advantage.
The first one's already making it. Okay, so that's a 20.
I imagine he just straight up suplexes me.
Yeah,
Yes,
Vox, your world is thrown ass over tea kettle. You did have a short rest, so it's not like you're at death's door. And he flings you across the room, and you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you and hit against the side table that falls and topples over.
This has been a long time waiting.
Where is this ordeal taking
What
place?
are y'all doing?
You're all hearing this.
Stairs.
You're all hearing this. Laura, you just arrived here. Laura, do you do anything in this situation?
What are y'all doing? Stop it! This is your friends.
Oh, wait, how much speed of movement was that? I think I still have like 5. So Alexander would just ignore it and just move down the stairs.
Getting closer to.
Laura, Shiloh comes from behind you.
Shiloh,
What the hell is going on?
Shiloh, just one moment. We'll get to that now. As this happens, by the way, you're all in like your rooms, so you can. Hang on, let me just get your minis out, just so we can have.
I'm in my workshop.
You're in the workshop, okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to that now. We're gonna do one more round of this, and then whoever would like to arrive on the scene can arrive on the scene. Vox, you skid to a halt, whack against the table, it falls over, creating a massive commotion. It is your turn. You're prone on the ground with Alexander walking down the stairs. These undead, green, ethereal hands just poking out of the ground and grasping at everything near him.
I kind of like slap the hands away and stuff, but I'm kind of hunched over now with my cape my cape is like flipped over my head, so everything is like a bit like discombobulating at the moment. And as I try to get up, the joint pain from me not having half an abdomen gets to me, and I slowly like get up like an old man, and I see like Alex charging towards me, and I just kind of steady myself as he's burling towards me. And my hand just kind of slowly rises towards him. And just as it looks like I'm about to like shoot him, the hand gesture instead turns into a middle finger as I cast Hold Person on him.
Make a wisdom saving throw, Alexander.
I presume this is a magical effect?
Yes, it is. Well, no, it's not. It's not a magical effect.
I knew this bullshit's gonna happen.
Chaos bullshit.
Oh, that's 18 on the save vote.
Oh, fuck! He makes it.
That's your action.
Gonna shove that middle finger where the
Fox,
sun doesn't
as you do that,
shine.
your anti-magic tries to sort of nullify his rage and clasp him, but Alexander, you shake it off and you just keep on moving forward. Vox, that was your action.
I would say the effect.
I will. Let me just see here quickly. I will use Quicken Spell to hurl a Chaos Bolt
Okay,
at Alex as he's charging at me.
Classic.
go for it.
Damn, bro. This is so fucking stupid.
Damn straight it is.
That's 23 to hit.
Yeah, maybe it's barely though.
That is 16 chaos damage.
Crisp.
as for my movement, I might be fucked. I'll just get up using off my movement. What area is difficult terrain?
Around me, so 15 feet, so these 3 blocks, and then like this area.
Okay. I think I'll just take a few steps back. And where's the entrance to Fulon's office? Is the door like here?
Yes, that's the door.
You coward, you're gonna go to daddy, huh?
I will stand in front of the door. Can I like just feel if the door is open?
I would say that it would be open. Fulon is not currently
I'm just
present.
checking something.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna try to do. If he charges towards me, then I would kind of like to attempt and like using the rest of my movement to like juke out of the way and let him just like run through the door.
I have even a better idea, but I'll wait for my turn.
Okay.
Is it my turn?
It's Vox, Alex, and then you.
Oh.
So Alex, you can go.
damn it.
So I would say that the hold person like kind of worked a bit, and then Alex snapped himself out of it. So he'll just re-rage, like the rage kind of faded, but they'll re-rage. Ooh, what does a 5 give me? Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. I'm not going to tell you exactly what this can happen. You'll see. I will run towards you and use your head as a battering ram to smash open the door.
Okay.
Interesting.
Make an attack roll.
Like, yeah.
If you miss this attack roll, then you will go flying through the door as Vox dodges out of the way. But if you hit it, the door breaks.
Okay, cool. Does it hurt in it?
It unfortunately does not.
You go to grab his head, but Vox is too quick. He dodges out of the way, opens the door, and you just go flying through the door, and you just crash into this pot plant over here, landing prone on the ground. So that
Will be me.
land in the pot plant there. There's a little bonsai tree on your bald head with a bit of ground on it.
I have been potted.
Alora, it is your turn.
Okay, my action's gonna be persuasion. So she's gonna run down the stairs and Mr. Vox, what are you doing? Stop this! Whatever happened?
He like briefly glances back at you, but then he refocuses his attention on the barbarian pothead that's about to murder him.
Please. Just relax and we can talk about this. We need to remain a team.
Vox just kind of gives a
team after I've murdered this fool.
Vox just gives like a half-hearted groan, but then he like points towards Alex, who's clearly on the warpath now.
With that happening, Shiloh, you can make your entrance and sort of appear over here if you'd like.
What the hell is going on down here? He
We
says.
can't kill each other.
Ooh.
These two idiots.
Vox is busy like restitching his pink bandage that he has around his suit.
Dear. Alright, how many movements? That's 15. The action dash. I think I'm just gonna yell to Sergey. Hey Sergey, would you mind coming out? We might need your assistance now.
He reluctantly goes out. What
The wrong room. Should I knock on
it's
the
in my
wrong
room,
room?
yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
I don't know, my room.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Just pick a room.
Is it?
Yeah, you please pick that room.
Yeah, but I'd like, cause on the old map my room was like.
Yeah,
yes,
that's fine. Go for it.
Please try.
Yeah, he steps
and
outside. What?
Vox and your brother are having a bit of a disagreement. I think we might need you to just calm things down
He
quickly.
listens to the sound of fighting and he says, "It sounds like they're sorting it out. I don't know."
No, it sounds like they're going to kill each other, and that is beneficial to none of us. So let's go!
Beneficial to one of us.
Is this guy mine?
Yeah, we're technically in initiative, but yeah, just use the movement that you have.
I have. Ooh, level 5, 40 feet walking speed. Let's go.
Oh shit, yeah, I also have 40 feet. I didn't even see that. Oops.
30, 35, 40.
Oh my soul.
How rough is Vox looking?
I am looking fucked up. But
Okay, as I was walking, I was gonna rage for my tail, and I'm gonna attack Vox.
What the hell?
what did you
That's not
expect?
what I meant!
It's okay.
Oh no, this is going to shit.
It will be a reckless one. Or a... what is it? 24 to hit.
24. Okay,
Yes.
I'm not even gonna bother using shield. Just give it to me. I don't even think Vox notices you. He's too busy falling apart to notice the second pain coming, bro.
It's 8 piercing damage.
You knock me out.
Yeah. I think I'll just whack him across the head with the tail or
I
whatever.
think Alex is about to open the door again, and right before he reaches for the knob, Vox just comes flying through the door again, and he just lands right next to you, Alex. But
I'd like to turn it.
out cold.
I guess we're out of initiative now?
Yes, we're out of initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
That is not
Alex
what I
walks,
meant,
Sergey
certainly.
walks in and he starts fighting Alex. No, just
And Laura will pass the
JK,
word on
just a
Bob.
prank. Haha. But he will ask Alexander, what was that about?
You bumped into me. And he didn't say sorry.
Alright, yeah,
And
that's
Alexander like stands up with the fucking tree still on his head. And just spits out a bit of blood.
I think Shiloh will go just, I think maybe he and Alora walk up to Vox and Shiloh just kneels down.
Vox looks like a dead bird at the moment. Like,
Yeah.
his cape is like spread out, so it looks like two wings lying on the floor, and he's just having hiatus at the
Yeah.
moment. He's full of mud, blood sticks, pink bandages,
Shiloh
snake
just
poison. He's fucked
Yeah,
up.
Shiloh inspects the bandages and he's like, what happened to him?
Vox, you come to
This wasn't your doing.
you come to consciousness and with the healing word from Alora, just in pain on the ground.
My eye flickers on again, and I make eye contact with Shiloh, or whoever's healing me.
Well, Shiloh is also kneeled down, but he's not healing you, he's inspecting your bandages. He was already hurt, and you decided to hurt him even more. What is wrong with you two?
He deserved it. He's a piece of shit.
You
Never
two.
telling us what his intentions are. Just being
It's-
mopey all the time. I don't
It's
trust
full on
him.
in the room. It's full on in the room.
What is going on here? He comes down with like a
I'm
little
sorry.
with a little beanie on his head as he walks down the stairs. What is
You don't trust him. Am I hearing this correctly? I know I don't have real ears, but that can't be what I am hearing. You are the two criminals that we picked up in that scum fest of a bar. Now you knock out one of your teammates because he pushed you for something as small as that, and you impale someone because of what some vendetta you have against people that are magic. I don't understand why you cannot trust us, but you two are obviously the liabilities here. Am I the only one that sees this?
Shiloh, before you, just as you finish that sentence, Vox just kind of uses your shoulder to, get himself into a standing position again. And he just kind of looks at you, and he just your shoulder, and he kind of just, like a zombie, just hunches forward once again walking past Alexander, but this time still lightly
Shoulder
bumping his
checks him
shoulder,
again.
but not intentionally. He just kind of looks at him, shakes his head, and walks past, and wants to go up.
By the way, after Shiloh finishes that whole rant, he almost just stops immediately, and it almost looks like he's surprised, because this is also the first time that he's displayed some very genuine emotion. He's not been angry like this ever since you've known him.
Well, if we're liabilities, then why don't you do something about it?
It's not my decision to make. And he looks at Fulon.
No one is liabilities. Look what you've done to my furniture. The stuff was very cheap, but still a
It's
nuisance.
not my fault. He tried to duck away like a coward.
Now, I don't think that is the case. I imagine that Vox is in a lot of pain right now. I am still going to talk to him about where the fuck he's been. I mean,
That's what I asked him, and he just groaned and moved away.
I'm not gone yet. I'm like over here.
okay.
But I just kind of stop on my tracks, and I turn around as if I remembered something. So I look at you for a few seconds, and I just kind of like grovel around my back, and you just hear like this sound as I take a piece of metal out from your tail that stabbed me, and I just walk over to you. I'm like groaning in pain. I'm like, you can hear it under my mask, and I just give you the piece back, and then I turn around and I start walking up.
Oh, I think tensions are a bit high at the moment.
You think?
Don't destroy my
Alexander says.
don't destroy my furniture. Now I'm gonna have to replace that door over there. Everything is fine. I am just going to hear by Vox what exactly happened to him, and suggest that we try to play nice. I don't know what is going on between you two, but I do believe that you should probably talk about it instead of, I don't know, destroying my building in order to try and murder each other.
Vox kind of grabs Fulon by the shoulder just to get his attention, and he'll just tell him in thieves' cant, "Don't mind the bald idiot. It was my fault. Sorry." And he will
You should
start walking up
You
for real now.
You should know, Alex. Vox apologizes for whatever he may have done. I think let's get some rest, And then you can fix my door in the morning. Good? Good. And Fulon follows Vox upstairs, assisting you where he can.
I would say, like, as Vox walks out, like, Alexander's eyes do not leave him.
Shiloh just walks out of the room. He doesn't, say
Sergey
anything else.
death stares Charlotte.
Yeah, Shiloh gives you a complete cold shoulder. He doesn't even.
I
He
mean,
doesn't even.
you're cold-blooded because you have no blood.
I don't got no blood. Exactly.
Every shoulder's a cold shoulder.
He's got cold oil, bro. Cold oil.
Metal shoulder.
I think there's like a little vase that fell over here, and Vox will just like go out of his way to hunch down in severe pain, pick it up, and just neatly place it back on a cabinet again where it fell off from, and then he proceeds up the stairs.
Making me feel bad. Not Sergey, but me.
Sergey doesn't give us. So wait, Sergey! Alexander doesn't give a single fuck.
As they disappear, Shiloh disappears. Anything you guys would like to say, or you're just going back to bed?
There's nothing to say. My fist already spoke.
Okay. Sergey and Alexander, you head off to bed. Laura, you doing the same?
Aloha.
Hello? Laura? Are you there?
Aloha.
Yep. I'm going to bed.
Okay. With that, we'll move to the upper floor. Vox, you arrive here. Where do you go as you arrive at the top?
I think he just makes his way to the kitchen and he starts like just scouring through the cabinets and stuff in search of like painkiller or whatever the steampunk equivalent is to that. And he'll just straight up like throw 4 pills in his mouth quickly and then he'll just chug that shit with water. And then he'll make himself some coffee and take a seat here at the table.
You know what? You go ahead. I've got this.
And Fulon offers to make coffee, and he begins brewing up a pot. And a few moments later, Fulon arrives, sitting to the chair just next to you, placing the coffee in front of you, just staying silent, waiting for you to speak, metaphorically.
I think the puff of steam from the coffee kind of serves a bit as a curtain between the two characters as the silence just grow ever more painful. But eventually Vox just kind of pulls the coffee closer with his one finger and he just kind of nods it full on. And I think after some more painful silence, Vox will just say, in Thieves' Cant, obviously, don't worry about Silas. He is not a problem anymore.
What exactly do you mean by that? And then he goes to Thieves' Cant. Did you kill him?
Vox just kind of looks at him like, bruh. He just shakes his head.
Okay. So, in Thieves' Cant just says, so you investigated him and found nothing.
He just says, he is not who I suspected him to be.
But this won't be a problem, right?
He just nods his head again.
Make a deception check.
Fair. That's a fucking 7.
Yeah. It's a 16 from Fulon. He just goes, oh, okay, I won't. Get some rest. You've got a sewer to ravage tomorrow, and you don't look in your best state. And he just bonks a healing potion on the table. Take that and get better. I won't ask what happened to you. I'm sure you'll share in time, if you feel like it.
Vox kind of stands up as he says that, and he just responds with like some weird hand gesture saying, it's complicated, and he'll just start dragging his ass back down.
Understood. Fulon goes to his room over here, and Vox, you're alone in the home now as you go where?
I do be going back to my room.
Okay. Come down the stairs. Silas, I haven't asked you what you were doing for this night. You said you were in your room. Is there anything you'd like to do?
Yeah, Steven Sanders just barged and he was... I don't know, he was not in the right mind, so I guess he would just like be sitting on the windowsill or something and like maybe writing down things, trying to calm himself. And now come to the realization of what he made a deal of and how dangerous, more dangerous this has just become. Just contemplating life decisions at the moment, honestly.
You
I'm trying to calm his anger.
You look out into the rest of the city from the window, with like the forefront of the window blurred. But then you focus your eyes on the window that's right in front of you, and as the vision clears, you just see a reflection of a white snake staring into your souls. And you shake your head, and it's your reflection again. And then you hear oh, that's a weird sound. you hear. It's supposed to be a table, like leg, like across the wooden floor, and you hear a commotion this late at night, somewhere.
He literally just ignored it.
Okay.
Like it's outside with the commotion from Vox and them, right?
You don't know. You hear a sound.
Oh, wait, it might be something else. Wait, so I just heard a table screeching.
Yeah, I mean, the HVC has been silent for quite some time. You heard the commotion of everyone fighting, but it's like a few hours after that, and you just hear this sound.
Okay, he'll investigate. He's not sleeping anytime soon.
You walk out of your room, and you see it's Vox, who has just rested his hand on this table over here in order to steady himself on his way to his room, and you two make eye contact.
Oh, fuck. I think Vox just kind of looks up at the ceiling, like directly looking at, like, if there was a god in this universe, he would be like, really, bruh?
Well, if you did see Silas's face, like he didn't have an emotion on his face. He's just like, it's weird. He looks tired, but as soon as he saw you, has Fulon come down yet?
No, Fulon is in his room. He's sleeping. It's very late at night. It's only Vox here.
In Thieves' Cant, he's gonna ask, "Are you okay?"
You get the response. Still breathing. Somewhat.
What was the commotion of earlier?
He responds, a minor disagreement. I think, if you'll allow me, like, he stays silent for a while, but I think after like 7 seconds, he just kind of looks at you with this, well, what seems to be a serious expression on his face. And his hand kind of just hesitantly raises up, and he just says, sorry.
Silas's eyes like widen a bit for a split second, but goes normal again.
He gestures. It was not my place to snoop around in your business. And it was a clear invasion of your privacy. And it almost cost me both our lives. I am sorry.
Make it really hard to stay mad at you. Look at that one. I can't say I forgive you, but what I can say is sorry for snapping at you, but that literally all that I say. He turns around and closes the door.
He was about to say something, but he just kind of lowers his hand. And I guess
From that, you can like siphon that he's not very good at apologies.
yeah, Vox is struggling to
Receiving
maintain
any-
consciousness, so
anything
he's
like
not
that.
gonna worry too much about that.
Receiving and giving. So, anyway, but yeah, Silas will just go in and like just be a little more confused.
And with that, Vox, you head to your room, and we'll almost end off the session there. But you head to your room, Vox, contemplate what has happened this day, and with that, you all are lulled into sleep. Charlotte, roll a d8 for me, please.
As always. That is a 5.
Give me 1 second. What the hell is your thing? Solon, Silas, Alexander, Sergey,
I have a thing.
Grant, Laura.
I have a thing.
Oh, here it is. 5, you said.
Yep.
As you go into sleep, darkness, silence. You hear the metallic rustling of keys as a large basement door unlocks. Standing in the light of the door, you see the silhouette of a man, hurriedly walking up to the glass you find yourself suspended behind. This man, distressed, runs up and places his hands on the glass. Son, listen. You are going to have to sleep now. You are not fully complete, but I believe in you. To develop and blossom into the young man that I know you are, I'm going to lead them away. I'll never let them find you. I might never see you again, but I want you to remember to never give into the wretched system that the nobles have created. We were meant to be free, to invent and to create to our imagination's content. Even if I am no longer here, promise me, promise that you'll be better than I am. Break free. Show them why they call us Machina. I've given you all the tools. Now use them. You hear a noise, a muffled voice coming from upstairs. They're here. Goodbye, son. And your memory goes dark. And with that, you all can take a long rest. And the planning, preparation, and heading into the said sewers on your next mission will be something that you will have to discover next session, as we are going to call the session there. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It was not as I expected this session, but I really liked us exploring all of the different characters and going through a bit of trauma with each other. But nonetheless, we'll pick up right where we left off in episode 16 of the Brass Gasconade. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.